That's the song I made for class. I think it sounds good. Other people might not. I think it sounds fucking awesome. It's been so long since I made a song. I'm not even gonna lie. It's been very, very, very long time. Last time I made a song was in 2012. Yeah, I made like 3 gamer songs, and they were the first song I made was in Fruity Loops, OG Fruity Loops. I built the second song I started to build in Fruity Loops, but then I stopped because I started writing for the first song I made. It was around the time Still Fly came out, Blueberry Yum Yum came out, all that stuff came out. All those weed smoker songs came out, and me and my friends, that's what we were into. We were big into making music. I wasn't I wasn't as big as they were into making music, but it confused them because I wasn't bad at it. I just never really got into it and refined it. But yeah, I've made a few songs. The third and fourth song I made were in a program called Magic. And that was a program that's given with Sony Vegas. It's Sony Vegas's audio program, or it's Sony's audio program that they bundle in with Vegas so that you can engineer your own audio and do audio mixing and um, essentially refine your audio for when you put it into Vegas. So because I started teaching myself how to use Sony Vegas, and as a matter of fact, um, I was watching Baron Coleman, as you can see his face in that screen. Um, he's live, but there's actually a reason I went live. Um, I just remembered my class project for my audio, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna pull that up and listen to it again just to make sure it was right when I sent it, because I submitted it yesterday. But on my YouTube, one of the first videos I ever made, or I'm gonna say one of the first videos I've ever made, one of the first videos I've ever put any editing into, like hardcore beginning to end editing using my friend's music as the song, or as the audio. That's why I can legally put KIA Drifter official music video, because all the 22 likes there are from my friends and my crew. Comments are one guy from high school, one of the guys from my crew, and I think I replied. We'll watch it. Now this is OG. These are my friends. This is a song that they wrote. And the reason I made a video for it, because at the time it crash landed at home. Didn't just hit home, it crash landed. So this is the first ever instance of a Brain Candy production. That is what this is. That's what the BCP is. This little piece of candy. That's what that is. That is my production I call it a company, studio, whatever, but it's something I created 15 years ago. I mean, I created it in 2011. This video was uploaded 14 years ago, May 3rd, 2011. Been that long. Crazy. Yeah. And that's all I ever did was plug friends, plug family. And like I said, the people that have been waiting for finally a video to come out for KIA, and they loved it. The people that know about this video loved it and love it still, because my friends are very talented. And you're about to hear it. You're about to hear how talented my friends are in music production. It's Psycho D, aka Chris D'Angelo, Cyclic, aka Tony D'Angelo, DJ Cutlass, who is Ashton, which is their cousin. Then you have Submulok, which is just Columbus backwards. If you were to take, where the hell is it? No, I said it. Oh, right here. This says Columbus, but it's obviously backward. Submulok. Columbus, Columbus. That's my buddy. It's another one of the people in my crew. But Psycho D and Cyclic, those are the two that made up KIA. And it's Killers in Action. A lot of the music was about military stuff, being soldiers, the distaste and distrust built along the way. Because I built this video after I was discharged from the military. But this is first ever try with this.
Gazing at the world through bloodshot eyes, through smoke from my lungs and watch it race into the sky. Lost on the road that's become so cold, so old, trying to stay strong as I walk alone. Now where did I go right and where did I go wrong? Where do I call home and where do I belong? I try to ignore the answer, though I see it everywhere. Painted on every sign, arrow straight to nowhere. Where the hell is nowhere? God, this feels like nowhere. Don't care, won't care, never care for what's fair. Heart full of regret, now it's time to forget. Erase this chapter of my life and fade into the sunset. I'm gonna ride into the sun, just try to forget everyone. I'm gonna get so high and try to forget this life. I'm gonna ride into the night, I'm gonna leave it all behind. My mind in hardy road, stay lost on life's a road. Forget all out, no doubt, what route? Not south, maybe west, I guess what's left. Let me pack my things, what to bring, no things, just leave, just go. Take the road, it'll bring everything. No more on the floor, wondering what for. Out the door, we'll tour, all yours to explore. Ain't goodbyes, no time, let's ride out of sight. We'll ride, you'll find they'll be quiet, alright. Romance with chance, take your hand and dance. But the past can't go back, get a quick last glance. We don't got a home now, home's where we roam, pal. Just keep on marching till our boots blow out. If the leaf of a tree floats free in the breeze, so carelessly, and so will we. I'm supposed to wander about just chasing the clouds. We can still turn around, man, fuck it, I'm out. I'm gonna ride into the sun, just try to forget everyone. I'm gonna get so high and try to forget this life. I'm gonna ride into the night, I'm gonna leave it all behind. My mind in hardy road, stay lost on life's lonely road. Now the sun hides itself away,
and that's actual show footage. And this is the super old video. So 360 is as high as you could record back in the day. That was something I built 14 years ago, obviously. And like I said, it's been about 14 years since I've made a song. So I think I did really good with a 14-year hiatus for making music. A 14-year hiatus of making music. I think I did pretty good in this song. For the first time in 14 years. I think I did pretty dang daggering good. I think I did really good. Obviously, it could be better, but for the first time in 14 years, I'm just happy I still have it. I'm happy I still have the buffet of digital creation skills that I've grown up with. I've grown up with these skills and these abilities, but I have very little opportunities to take advantage of using them. Very few opportunities to take advantage of using them. I've not been able to use any of my digital creation skills in a professional capacity because companies don't trust creative people without a piece of paper to say, oh yeah, you're a creative person. And that's the sad thing, is there are people in this world that are more creative than the people getting paid the most money in the world to create. And yet most people don't get opportunities. Even if they go after them, they still end up having to work McDonald's type jobs. And so they ultimately fall away from all this. Because while you have your off days, you have the hours you're not working there, regular jobs for greedy corporations and greedy owners of these companies, they don't want you to go home and live a life every day. They want you to come in and spend your entire life for them. So while you might start a place and not be worked to death within the first few months, once they realize they can take advantage of you in that way, they take the first turn. They take the first turn, and you won't even see when they start taking advantage of you. You just go into work one day, and it'll be one of the worst days you'll ever have. And that's what happens to the most creative people in the world. Most creative people in the world never get to create anything. Because it's too saturated and polluted with nepotism, favoritism, and anything else that essentially is always trying to put people into a little box, into these perfect little rows and these tiny little sections where they could be able to get to them quickly. Human beings are always looking for shortcuts. That's part of our problem. Part of our problem is we're always looking for shortcuts on things. And we see what happens when we start taking all these shortcuts. Start taking shortcuts. Start doing things immorally. Not using our integrity or honor, selfless service and sacrifice, duty. We're not doing any of those. Instead, we would much rather cut that corner short so we don't have to worry about all the time it takes to go up to make the. We're seeing it. We're seeing how wrong these industries are and have been for how many years now? Decades now? Seeing how, not just how wrong they are, but how bad they are. And not in like, oh my God, that was bad. Like, bad. Villain-esque. That's what we're seeing. We're seeing it. It's all a lie. It's all a sham. It's been faking gay since the beginning. Fake, gay, and retarded since the beginning. And that's the sad thing, is that we have so much potential, not just as American, as a species. As a species, we have so much potential. And it's not just reaching for the stars and being able to travel past them. Not reaching down into the deepest depths and pulling up the most lost of creatures. No. We actually have the ability as a species to be one of the first ever species that works more as a collective than as opposition. Because in the animal kingdom, if you're not part of somebody's little pack, or if you're not part of this animal's little pack or their species, then you're an outsider. You're all outsiders. And you'll be attacked as such. And you'll be turned into prey if that's what happens. And that's how we treat each other. We treat each other as if we need to keep turning each other into prey. Like when I look at, as a matter of fact, when I'm looking through my environmental science textbook, you run into the food triangle, the prey predator breakdown, carnivores, omnivores, herbivores. Yeah, you go see that breakdown. And then you see human beings. The reason human beings shouldn't be considering each other prey is because human beings otherwise don't show up above or as a link in the chain of our species, of our order in the food chain. No, human beings oftentimes are isolated because we have the capacity to turn anything that's not human into prey, regardless of how deadly the creature is. We have proven that everything on this planet can be considered prey to us. So why are we considering each other prey? Because, I mean, when it comes to the chain of command and the food cycle, human beings killing each other is literally for sport. There's no need for it. Well, there's evil people. I mean, there's people that break bad, people that go bad, people that are toxified. Yes, mental illness and mental disorders exist. But if you're not looking at the human race's prey, or parts of the human race's possible prey, then it should be easier to manage all those mental disorders. Because you're not instantly going to go into, well, they need to be locked away in cages. They need to be put away in cages. We might actually be able to attack this stuff with a better understanding of how it works, and not just constantly wanting to throw drugs at it. Because we went from actually trying to figure out the causes and effects of all this stuff to saying, it's just so much work now. Here's a prescription for some very strong medication. Go take that instead. And then we'll talk about it our next session. Then you just sit the next session and talk about the medication the entire time. You don't talk about anything else. Well, how's the medication working for you? Oh, really? You feel better? That's great. That's great. So I think we're going to keep you on that. Knowing full well you're doing nothing but ruining this person's system. And any chance they actually have at of being normal, or a semblance of normality. Because unfortunately, people with major chemical imbalances, like, prescription medications aren't really going to do anything. They're really not. If you have a major chemical imbalance, that's not saying if you have major health problems like diabetes or asthma or stuff like that. But no, when your brain, the chemicals in your brain aren't firing correctly, going into prescription medication, to me, just seems like it's not really meant to help anything. It's meant to figure out how to turn that all off and then keep it turned off, because that's what ends up happening to everyone I've ever talked to that takes some type of antipsychotic, antidepressant, some of those hardcore mental meds. Anybody I've ever heard of that takes them, it basically shuts them off, turns their personality off. And unfortunately, how do you know what kind of person you actually are if you're just popping a pill that's going to turn your personality off so you can be a seemingly normal person? There's got to be better ways to do this stuff. Prescription medication can't be the only way to take care of these issues. There's no way that that's the only way. Because if it was, they would have been researching prescription medications back in the day instead of researching vaccines instead. Something you could just inoculate people with and it cancels the problem out altogether. Like, when did we go from creating something that literally deletes the problem, solves it, to we're going to play with it a little bit. We don't know, but we're going to play with it a little bit. Because that's what we are. That's where we are now, is just playing with it a little bit. Well, you're not the same as the last patient I had, so we got to give you different meds. Here's some same meds, but they're stronger. You can't take them while you drive, but don't take them when you drink. Make sure you're sitting down and eating food. It just doesn't sound logical to me. I gotta run a triathlon. I gotta participate in a triathlon to feel better. It doesn't seem fun. What's the struggles we go through to feel like normal people? No, there's gotta be a better way. There has to be a better way. There's no way that pharmaceuticals are the only thing that solves any mental problems. There's no way. And jail isn't either. And unless they're violently violently mentally ill, unless they're out actually hurting people and causing problems in society, then they don't need to be locked up in a building where taxpayers are paying for them to be there. Unless they're actually hurting people, or they don't have any, because I can understand, like, some people's families just don't want to deal with it and they will pawn them off on people. Unfortunately, you can't not have a place for them to go. Because people are, well, then those people would be mentally ill too. Like, it's just a weird situation where we're so jacked up. And how did we get this way? How did we get to where mental illness is just it's just as big of a problem as the PDF files. It's like the mental illness has become just as much of a big, giant, glaring problem as those files at this point. I mean, look out your windows, look out your doors, check the internet. Like, you can see how people are and how people are acting. And again, you don't have to agree with anybody or everybody or one person. You don't have to agree or disagree. You don't even have to talk to anybody. Just, you need to get back to doing stuff like this. Creating, just knowing we all exist, know we all have different ways of thinking and seeing things, but just leaving it at that. Leave it at that. Mock each other, make jokes, whatever. But I don't know. It's a far-fetched idea. Like, and the far-fetched idea is just, it's always somebody wanting to take advantage of somebody else's creativity. Like Google, instead of giving you the ability to do something like this with a very scaled down version, as to give again, the reason why I said something about some of the most creative people in the world are broke. $0, zero ability to come up with major finances to be able to say, you know what? I've had all this stuff in my head and on paper for years, and they're finally giving me the tools to be able to circumvent a ton of the time that it takes for a lot of this stuff. I can pump my stories into here, or I can sit and just talk my worlds into reality. Not everybody's got 7-figure salaries that can spend $130 for 3 months of using this. Because maybe it doesn't take me 3 months to build the world that I want to build the world that's in my head. And not that I don't, I mean, I do want to build it because it's been in my head for 14 years, 15 years. But I don't have $250 for it. Well, it's 3 months. Put it this way, I'm so good at what I do with my mind. Maybe a month. Maybe a month. And that's with edits, with making changes. I don't need all of this for 3 months. Give me the main base. See, I don't know. What is this? When you put in stuff like this, here we go. Criminal. This is fucking criminal. Right here. It's criminal. You're spending $130, $125, it's going to be more than $130 whenever you factor in all taxes and all that. So you're saying it's going to be $130+ for this for 3 months, but then you're also going to charge me for this because I 25,000 credits a month. But I guarantee you that's gone in your first prompt. I guarantee you those credits gone within your first couple prompts. Bet. Because it probably costs everything you want to do in there costs these little credits. That's what it costs. These little credits. So you're spending the discounts, delete the discount out there because you know that the moment somebody spends $130, they don't get $130 program use of this program no more. No. They spend it once, and then the next time it jumps up twice the price. And probably they're going to kill the time too. I bet you they kill the time out of this. And that's probably what this little thing here is going to tell you. All of these little guys here are going to tell you. It basically tells you, well, we won't make money if we're just giving the program away for free. So they're going to nickel and dime you here, then nickel and dime you there. And then they're going to use all of this stuff that you think you're about to use and get. It's going to eat these credits alive, and you're only going to get a prompt out of it, which is why all these projects that you see on here are like 2 seconds long, 3 seconds long. That's because it probably cost these people 25,000 credits to generate a 3-second video of their whatever they're making. So by the time you make something that means anything out of here, you've probably spent $1,000 on this. And this is what I mean. These companies, this is what turns us all against each other and creates this mental disorder, dysfunctional society we live in. Because if it's not for this, it's for something else. Somebody coming to stealing your packages off your porch from Amazon because they don't have stuff and they want money. People trying to steal your identity to steal your money. People trying to steal your money. All of this stuff it happens because of this. The mental disorder crime part is probably like that. Finance, crimes, anything to do with somebody not having something and taking it from somebody else, whatever the case may be. Embezzlement, theft, all of it. There's a very small bit of mental illness in that. I would say the percentage of mental illness in everything else, every other crime, every violent crime, every one of them, that's mental illness. That is 100% mental illness. If you're committing a violent crime, it's backed by mental illness. People stealing stuff, embezzling money, that's because money has become God. Regardless if you say you're a Christian, a Catholic, a Jew, a Muslim, a Hindi, a Buddhist, a Taoist, whatever. No, it doesn't matter. Money is our God. It's been made into all of our God without our wishes. So you could pray to your book and your deity and all that, but just know, even your gods bow down to money. Otherwise, money wouldn't be so powerful, because your gods all have the power to strip money of all of its power. But it hasn't yet, has it? We're going on like I mean 2,000 plus years of essentially money ruling society. Money has ruled society since it was invented, and it wasn't invented in the 21st century, the 20th century, the 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th. Money was invented. The idea of currency was invented way back. Way back. Back in the beginning of creating the creation of the calendar. And probably even further back than that. Because if you think about it, money is the I'm just going to use layman's terms. Money is what you surrender upon a service. So somebody gives you a service or a product, you surrender money. That idea has been around since the beginning. The idea of exchanging something for something else, which is what money represents. Money is the surplus of surplus that's used as a placeholder for said surplus. I mean, it's supposed to be that. That's what money was supposed to signify. Money was supposed to signify the surplus of surplus. But it's kind of been morphed into something sentient, if you will. So, like I said, it goes back to some of the most creative people in the world. They don't have thousands of dollars to dump into this stuff. Which is why you won't see quality really creep back up into entertainment and production and services. You won't see it creep up like it should. You'll see it creep up through a cheesecloth, like a 17-layer cheesecloth. That's how you'll see it. You won't see it. You'll just get flashes of it, as if you're going through menopause. Run up your spine like, ooh, what was that? Got me a hot flash. So again, this is to make sure only the right people have access to this right now. When the people that should be using it will never even be able to dream of having access to something like that. Because it's not realistic for a regular, normal person who's also very, very creative to spend $1,000+ for 3 months of a service that they're good enough at that they would only take advantage of over the course of a month. There are some of us that are that good. And yes, I will fucking toot that fucking horn because I am that good. My ability to work a prompt is phenomenal. Which is why I parse my shit out to ChatGPT. I parse my shit out to ChatGPT because why would I sit here and take 1,000 hours to create this looking basic and taking me 1,000 hours to make it look good when I could just throw the same prompt? Literally, this is what I wrote. This is what I put in here. And for the most part, I can sit on my phone and talk for 5 minutes. I could talk out the max extension of the voice comms in it, and it'll still produce everything that I ask for. Everything. And you know how much I spend on this? $20. $20 a month. And I get probably, I mean, if I was if I was able to make money on what I create using this, this would be my job. This would be my job. Streaming, editing, uploading, creating. That's it. But yeah, even when I get my school money and have a little bit of money that I'll be able to use for stuff like this, I won't use it. I won't use it. And I guarantee you, once they realize they're cutting a bunch of people off at the knees, you'll watch it come out as a multi-tier thing. They'll realize they're not allowing for better people, better creators to come around into this stuff, because the stuff I've seen has been super plain, I mean, they're decent, but they're nothing in comparison to what they should be creating in this tool, with this tool. But again, that's because it's $130. A lot of these people only have so much money they can put into that stuff. And you think that 25,000 credits monthly means anything? To me, you just basically said, I'm lying to your face. I'm telling you this stuff because it sounds good. We're going to give you 25,000 credits a month. But it's going to cost you 100,000 credits a month to create anything worth. On top of spending $250 every 3 months. Again, if they have to give you monthly credit stipends, then it's probably not worth the money. It's really not. I don't care what the videos show. Oh, it's the next generation gaming. No, it's not. No, it is not. It's the next generation of people making half-ass shit. Because nobody's going to actually want to spend the money it's going to actually take to build anything viable in that. This is all marketing and propaganda right now. It's trying to suck you in to clicking this link, going to this website, clicking this, then clicking this button right here, sliding down here. It looks like it went too far. Okay, so try Project Genie, go into here. Yeah, because it says this, and you're like, what do you mean? I don't have access yet. I'm in the United States, and I'm logged in with an account that's, and you're like, oh, ultra subscriber. Okay, what does that mean? Now they're not showing it. That's funny. Yeah, now they're not showing it. Now they're not allowing me to go to it. Yeah, because you click that. Oh, there it goes. So yeah, You have to subscribe to Google AI Ultra to unlock access to Project Genie and more. So yeah, you're paying hundreds of dollars just to access a bunch of AI tools. Just to access a bunch of AI tools that wouldn't recommend using them for research unless you're telling them to give you the sources so that you can go to those sources and do the research. Other than that, you're going to have to, any question that can be considered academic, you have a 50-50 chance it's going to be wrong. So you're not going to be using it for school outside of making a 2-second video with their 25,000 credits. So yeah, you don't get anything. You get nothing. Spending 300 plus these prices, they put this stuff up here as a marketing tool. You think it's going to be this, but when it's all said and done, you're going to be looking at closer to this. And then when the next 3 months rolls around, you think you're going to be looking at this, but then it's going to jump up again. Then it's going to jump up again. Then it's going to jump up again. And then by the time you actually make anything viable, you're going to have spent hundreds of millions of dollars like a regular video game studio does, with no different or better projects. This isn't the future of gaming. Because again, having simple controls of walking around, looking around, that means nothing in the world of gaming. Because every game that exists has the ability to move around, or they have mechanics in them. Like they have a main base mechanics. Moving around, looking around, those are default. And from what I've seen, it doesn't look very default in a lot of these. So again, is it really worth the money? You could show me videos all day, and then I could show you a video I made of a picture using AI. It doesn't mean anything. It's a bunch of gobbledygook. This is greedy. This is fucking greedy. But again, they do it purposely because they don't want everyone to have the ability to create. Well, then people are going to be creating all this bad stuff. No, they're not. No, they're not. Didn't you all put in parameters to keep that from happening? Really? You did? Okay. Then no, they won't. They won't be making bad stuff. Because you supposedly have the parameters put in place with your AI stuff anyway. So again, don't pretend like you're doing anything for the world. You're not. You're still cutting a ton of people off at the knees because you think that you need more money. You need to be more profitable. No, you don't. As a matter of fact, you need scaled the way the fuck back. You need scaled back, in my opinion. We got too many AI tools out here now. And just because Google's getting into the gaming world doesn't mean Google's going to be good at the gaming world. Look at Amazon. They thought they were going to do the gaming world thing. Look what happened to them. Every one of the games they've come out with is dead or dying or botted out, cheater out. All games from companies like this end up flops. Because these people aren't anything other than find me information and shut up. That's what Google is. Google is find me information and shut up. their AI is not going to be a world-changing thing for the video game world. It's not. It's not at all. It won't even be remotely close to something that's going to be a good impact on the video game world. It's not. Because again, you're not giving all of the right people access to it. No, you're cutting everybody off at the knees because we're not wealthy. Because charging $250 for an AI tool is greedy. Don't care any way you look at it. That's fucking greedy. Which is why all the projects that are going to come out of it, they're going to be half-ass projects. Because the right people aren't going to be willing to spend money it takes them forever to make on a tool that they're barely going to get any use out of. Again, well, good creators don't need 3 months to do a project. Especially when you can just talk to it. You can sit there and just verbally communicate with it and get it to do stuff. Don't take 3 months. If it's taking you 3 months to do a project and you're looking at, you got too big of a scale on that project, you need to scale that shit way the fuck back. So yeah. Yeah, which one of the other things I was wanting to talk about outside of that super greedy AI tool that Google's running is the fact that people seem to think that you can't talk about the Epstein files. Like, are we really being censored for talking about the Epstein files? Because if we're being censored for talking about something that is the most important thing in American history, we are in a world of hurt and a world of trouble. Especially seeing as, I mean, I know who runs TikTok now. We all know who runs TikTok now. Which is why these idiots thought it was a good idea to strike one of my videos. Which is funny because they only struck it for one specific reason. One specific reason. It's I'll actually go to it. Oh no, that. Excuse me. What you doing, pretty boy? Bedroom chilling. Now we'll go into the TikTok folder. Because TikTok's the only one that seems to get butthurt over some of the stuff that I put up. No other platform strikes my videos. No other platform. Which means it's not TikTok that's actually doing it. It's a bunch of scumbag people who are part of the problem. This one right here. This video right here. TikTok thought it was a good idea to strike this video.
If you talk about Hitler all the time, Hitler would, like, the Nazis were feared and respected during their reign because they had stage presence, they had good outfits, they had composure.
I'm laughing at Myron because he's an idiot. He's a complete idiot.
They had drip. There's not one bad picture of Hitler. He was so hyper aware of how everything was perceived.
Yeah,
he was
what's
a
up,
master
bud?
of marketing.
Hear me yell to you?
This is the
Byron,
literal
he's an
opposite.
idiot.
Like,
He is.
well, how is this an? Oh, what does this do?
Byron is an idiot. He's trying so hard not to laugh. He's trying so hard not to laugh. It doesn't help anything, but that's kind of the point. I feel like that's what Myron is doing.
If you talk about Hitler all the time,
Yeah,
Hitler
that's the
like,
video.
Nazis
that's the
were
video
feared and
that
respected
TikTok
during their
decided
reign
to
because they had
decided
presence,
to,
they had
to strike.
good outfits, they had composure, they were professional, they worked as a unit, they had drip. There's not one bad picture of Hitler. He was so hyper aware of how everything was perceived. He was a master of marketing. This
Byron,
is the literal
he's an
opposite.
idiot.
Like,
He is.
well, how is this an? Oh, what does this do?
And what's funny, Byron is an idiot. This video did not get struck for that song on YouTube. YouTube is not kind to hearing music that it's heard before on a business's page. So if anybody was to strike this video, it would have been YouTube. Well, how do we know that YouTube didn't strike it? I'll show you right here. Shorts. Yeah, what was it called? Hitler's Drip. It might be called something different here. Camera Thief. It's by Camera Thief and Hassan's. Where was it? It should be called like Propaganda, Optics, and Dangerous Lessons. It should be this one right here. Yeah, that should be it. It could be the
Talk about
title.
Hitler all the time. Hitler would like the Nazis were feared and respected during their reign because they had stage presence, they had good outfits, they had composure, they were professional, they worked as a unit, they had drip. There's not one bad picture.
See, this
of
is
Hitler.
on
He was
YouTube.
so hyper aware of how everything
They didn't strike
was
it.
perceived.
See, TikTok is like, what the hell, TikTok? Seriously, dude. This is why no one wants to use your platform anymore. Because the shit it's fucking ridiculous. Get the porn shit off of fucking TikTok. This is why you motherfuckers are losing. And this is why. Who owns TikTok now? Let's dive into that. That's who Oracle is. That's who owns Oracle. One of the people who runs Oracle. I mean, just this name alone, it's an investment firm. a private equity investment firm. That tells you all you need to know. So who else? Fund Management Limited. That's why there's porn all over TikTok now. That is why there's porn on TikTok. I don't watch TikTok. I don't have an algorithm on TikTok. But for some reason, every time I open TikTok here on my PC, it wants to serve up porn. When I open it here on my phone, it serves up my following, the people that I follow, which is just my family and a couple of my friends. For some reason, when it's here, it's like it knows it's here and it knows I'm streaming and it wants to serve up porn to try to get me banned on whatever platform I'm streaming on. Every time it shows up with porn here, but it doesn't show up with porn here on my phone. That tells you the wrong people are running this fucking company. It's not a Chinese spy program. They wanted to insert this bullshit into it. They wanted to insert these gross-ass companies into this shit so that they can control it. They can control what's being done with it, which is why you see so much porn on the shit now. And I hope they keep losing. I truly fucking hope TikTok keeps fucking losing. You deserve to keep losing. You are such a shit fucking platform anymore. It fucking pisses me off when I open this shit up and I gotta click away fast because there's fucking porn on it. Now I'll show you exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. I just opened TikTok. The first video. Fucking football. Oh, that's... No. Somebody's recipe. Go again. Oh, look. There's me. Baseball. A news program. Basketball. Football. Cat Williams. Oh, look. There's the porn ads. All the advertising on TikTok and Facebook has become porn. All the advertising on those two platforms have become porn. It's already been porn on Instagram. Instagram was polluted with porn years ago, which is why I feel like Facebook bought it. They wanted it on that ground floor of the porn on fucking Instagram, which is why I don't use them. I don't use their programs. I don't use any fucking thing on there. Facebook is the only one I have an algorithm with. And that's because they don't serve, like the ads that they serve are usually at the bottom of videos, or if they serve an ad in between videos or with, well, I haven't seen really any interruptions of videos in serving ads. I think they learned their lesson on that. They realized interrupting a video to serve me an ad was going to just make me exit out and go away. So I think I think all the platforms did away with that. Like they completely did away with that in most cases, because I don't get served ads in the middle of my videos on Facebook, and I watch long form videos. I'm old school. I like long form videos. My attention span isn't TikTok instantaneous. See it, forget it. See it, forget it. Like the mindless drones that are on that platform. To be honest, I wouldn't upload to this platform if I didn't feel like there were actually good people on this platform. And unfortunately, the good people on the platform are being just drowned out by all the ignorance that's on it anymore. I don't even want to use this platform anymore. This is such an awful platform. And it got even worse when Donald Trump and his fat retarded ass decided that, oh, it's a Chinese spy program. Ugh. Yeah, because the Chinese really give a fuck about people doing stupid fucking dances. They already know most of these people are retarded. Do you really think they give a fuck? No, they don't. They're still going to serve the learning shit to their people and serve us the retard shit, because that's what we are. We're retarded. American citizens are retarded. Which is why it needed to be bought by America. It needed to be bought by America. So that the worst people in society can have control of it. Yeah, great idea. Which is why I'm being served fucking porn ads constantly. Having no fucking algorithm on it. I purposely speed past the videos because I don't want to create an algorithm within your app. I don't want you thinking you think you know me. Because you fucking don't. I paused on that video because you're fucking... the screen decided it didn't want to register that next fucking swipe. Because otherwise I'd be doing this the whole fucking time. Because there's a very tiny percent of videos that are on TikTok that are worth anything. Most all the other ones are garbage. Most people aren't good at creation. But you allow most people in it, they drown out all the right people. And the right people being the people that belong there, which are the wrong people to drown out. But you got these stupid, mindless, brainless, idiot-ass people that get on here, do trend stuff, and make money on it. Yeah, trends. Dances, TikTok dances. It's ignorant. That's why this country is retarded. Because you guys are worried about dancing on TikTok rather than worried about what the fuck's going on in the world. Or even wanting to see what's going on in the world. You guys just want to sit inside your own little bubble. It's fucking irritating. This is why TikTok is dog shit. Right here. TikTok is dog shit because you let these scumbags take it over. You let these useless, fucking retarded scumbags take the shit over. Oracle's a fucking scumbag company with scumbag leaders. This company's a fucking scumbag company. Why do we need a fucking Dubai government company running an app in America? Huh? Why do we need a company in Dubai to be running an app in America? Didn't you literally just try to take it from another fucking foreign company? You tried to take it from a Chinese company, and you gave it to just as bad of a company. I don't give a fuck who these people are. They're in a country that shits on their people. 99% of their people are poor. Their country looks good, though. Yeah, that's what happens when 1% of the population does everything for themselves. The country looks good, but the people are in shambles. That's why you can't film anything in Dubai. You can't show anything that goes on in Dubai. Why? Because why would they want how they run their society getting out, huh? Why would they want how they run their society to get out? If a country that says, no, you can't film here, you can't take pictures, no, it's illegal, you get thrown in our prisons. A country that says that is not a good country. I don't care how pretty it looks. It's not a good country. That's Dubai. You can't go, you can visit Dubai, but you can't document your visit. You can't take pictures. I think you got to get like a permit to take pictures at specific places, and that's it. Otherwise, it's looked at as espionage. They're like the fucking North Koreans. They look at any kind of unsanctioned photography and video as spycraft. Even if you're out in the open doing it. Like, yeah, I'm in Dubai. Pictures of me. Pictures of me. Oh, you took a picture of me. You're going to prison. That's what these people are. They're dumb. Tiny little brains. They got to run their country like a dictatorship. Because they're so afraid. They're so afraid that people will actually see how their country actually runs and see that the 99% are the basement dwellers. They're the people that sit on the ground, get stepped on, and smushed. While the 1% is literally just stealing their life force from them and then building it up to the sky in a skyscraper that not a one of those people on the ground floor will ever see the inside of. That's these countries. You allowed another foreign country access to the American side of this program. Yeah, that's genius. Well, they've proven they're not that bad. Yeah. Yeah. Again, you guys do this shit purposely because you know the world hates when you do it. Because all it is it's fucking all gotcha. We live in a fucking world of gotcha. All fake, all gay. A straight up gotcha. It's insane. It's fucking bananas. This question's been popping up a lot. Question's been popping up. I did watch Candace's episode. She was live, so I ended up watching her live. Trying to remember what she talked about. Oh, she basically talked about a lot of the shit that I talked about yesterday in the last couple of days about the Epstein Files stuff. Yeah, she talked about a lot of the same stuff I talked about. I've been talking about the last couple of days. So Candace, if you're coming into my streams and watching my stuff. She's not. I know she's not. I do somehow have a bunch of after the fact viewers though. I don't know how. But whenever I put them I put them up on YouTube. What? Oh, people probably clicking in and seeing because of Asmon's name being on my tags. But no, on Twitch. When my broadcast comes down, I have, I've said it before, I have probably two people that I know who they probably are. But everybody else, I don't know who, I really can't think of who it would actually be. But I think it's because of my tags. Let me see. Yep, Asmongold, I figured. Yep, that's why 17 people have landed here, because I end up in their search when they type in Asmon's name. Makes sense. But no. Yeah, this is basically talking about the same. Well, she does a lot of the religion stuff with it, and a lot of religious connections and stuff like that. Talks about religion. But I didn't do the religious side of it. I did the practicality side of it, dissecting the stuff that Asman was going through, because it's a lot of the same stuff that I was seeing. Like everything that Asman was doing on his stream, I've seen all of that same stuff. Now, when he started talking about the Occupy Wall Street protest, the Pizzagate stuff, the Pizzagate was inevitable. The fact that he decided to jump down the PDF file rabbit hole was the moment he was inevitably going to run into the cavern that is Pizzagate. That's just part of the same tunnel. So I already had an idea that he was most likely going to run into the Pizzagate stuff, then run into the symbolism stuff, and then run into the coincidences, all those coincidences. And the funny thing is in the Epstein interviews this morning I was watching, because I was watching Asman this morning, and he was going through the Epstein interviews. At one point, Steve Bannon asks him if there's any correlation or a pattern between the fact that there's a financial crisis seemingly every 10 years. Epstein laughs and said, no. No, it's just basically human beings doing what they do best and is always wanting to find a pattern in something and doing everything they can to find patterns and things. Like, yeah, you would say that, dude. You would say that. Person that kicked off microtransactions in Modern Warfare or Call of Duty. Like, the dude had his hand in a lot of crazy stuff. If the coincidences aren't coincidences, but are actually evidence. If that's the case, then the dude was on the ground floor of a lot of shit here. A lot of shit. And it's as plain English as it says, the dude was over here for a reason. It says it in there. And then, not to mention, he says with his own words that he's not the devil, but he does have a really good mirror. I would say they hate each other now. Damn. I never seen this. I don't know. It's not connected. Actually, it is. You know what? It is. This is wholeheartedly fucking connected to the Epstein stuff. Because we all know what happened to him. We all know what happened to Michael. Michael Jackson was mentioned 0 times in the Epstein files. Mentioned 0 times. So why did you think those photos of Michael were there? As I said, that shit has FBI written all over it. I mean, look what they did to MLK. Look what they did to him by releasing those documents when and how they did. So they know what they did to Michael Jackson. And they know who they are. And they know who I'm talking about. The people in the know do as well. Making sure I wasn't kicking him underneath my desk.
What's been the reaction to the new record?
Michael Madness. You've heard of Beatlemania. This is Michael Madness. Everybody's coming in and buying Michael Jackson.
Mad arrived on August 31st, 1986.
There's no way. There's no way he lost a Grammy after having put that album out. That's one of his iconic albums. There's no way he lost.
And the world stopped to hear it. The pressure was unreal.
Like, so much production went into that album. That's absolutely insane.
Was the follow-up to Thriller, the biggest album in human history.
Exactly. Thriller was like a theatrical masterpiece wrapped up in a musical production. Like, and not just a standard musical production. No. Thriller was single-handedly one of the most iconic albums in history of music. Because it was not just coupled with some of the best music in the pop culture world, but it was also backed by some of the most wonderful theatrical film for a music album. And then Bad came out. The world was still in just as much awe when Bad hit as it was when Thriller hit.
Yet Michael didn't flinch. Within days, stores were struggling to keep copies on shelves. In the US alone, it moved roughly 500,000 copies in its first week, instantly shooting straight to #1 on the Billboard 200. Globally, demand was even more explosive. Some territories reported overnight sellouts as fans lined up outside record shops before opening. By early 1988, Bad was more than a hit. It was a cultural takeover. 5 singles reached #1, a milestone no male artist had ever achieved.
I said it before the guy even got going on the accolades. Bad was just as iconic as Thriller. And you can't say things like the world was struggling to keep it on the shelves. It was selling out that fast. And then say Michael Jackson lost a Grammy.
MTV built entire
Joshua Tree. I'm just going to say that. U2 is trash. U2 is absolutely trash, and there's absolutely no fucking way that they beat out Michael Jackson. There's no fucking way. U2 is absolutely dog piss. Some of the fucking worst fucking music I have ever heard. I've hated U2's music since I was a kid. I never liked their fucking music, and I thought it was some of the most bland white people unseasoned ass shit I have ever heard. U2 is a trash band. Garage bands make better music than U2. Garage bands, late 90s, early 2000s garage bands make better music than all of U2's music. U2 makes dog piss music. Stanky, smelly, all over the place, slipping in it, sticking to your feet, dog piss. Garbage music.
Blocks
No
around
fucking way that U2 beat out Michael fucking Jackson for a Grammy with a bullshit album. Fucking U2. And it makes so much more sense now. Makes so much more sense.
Radio programmers were calling it the safest bet in music.
And I can guarantee you, this was going on. He lost this Grammy, and during the time he was probably fighting with Sony. I really do.
Everyone, fans, critics, even rival labels, assumed Album of the Year at the Grammys was locked in. But behind the scenes, quiet rumblings began. Industry writers hinted the Recording Academy was shifting towards serious rock-leaning projects. Some speculated voters were uneasy with the idea of crowning the same artist twice after Thriller's historic sweep. A few insiders even claimed an unwritten rule emerged to spread the wins instead of rewarding another Michael Jackson landslide. True or not, the tension was building, and it set the stage for one of the most...
Nah, that's theater wrapped up in a fake excuse. No, they knew what they were doing to him. They were trying to bury him.
surprising.
You won't hear it in here. You probably won't hear about the fight with Sony and from this video.
Nights in music history. If Thriller made Michael Jackson a global icon, Bad proved he could do it again on his own terms. The album wasn't riding the momentum of a surprise breakout. It was engineered from day one to dominate. And it did. By early 1988, Bad had already passed 7 million US sales and was speeding toward 25 million worldwide, a number almost unthinkable for a second consecutive blockbuster. The singles were a storm. I Just Can't Stop Loving You debuted at number 1. Bad, The Way You Make Me Feel, Man in the Mirror, and Dirty Diana followed, giving Michael 5 #1 hits from the same album, a record no male artist had ever touched. Every release became a cultural moment. His videos weren't just music clips. They were mini-films that MTV relied on to pull ratings. The Bad World...
Again, Michael Jackson was an artistic production genius. Because he had a hand in everything. Everything. All the almost all of the creatives, he had a hand in it.
Even further, night after night, Michael walked onto stages packed with crowds so loud, security teams said they could feel the ground vibrating. In Japan, ticket demand tripled stadium capacities. In Europe, shows sold out in minutes. Michael wasn't just the biggest artist in the world, he was the biggest show on Earth. With all this momentum, the industry consensus was simple. The Grammys were supposed to reflect the year's impact. And if Album of the Year meant the record that defined the culture, then Bad seemed untouchable. But the Recording Academy in the late 1980s wasn't just judging sound. Rumors began circulating that voters had grown wary of pop megastars. Some insiders claim the Academy didn't want to repeat.
No. The industry is all white people. That's what it is. It's all white people. It's all a bunch of snooty fucking white people who just didn't want the music charts to be dominated by a black man. That's what the industry. That's why the industry did what they did to him, because they didn't want another black pop artist to dominate the charts when there are all these other white artists. And again, rock music's awesome. I love rock music. But things like the Grammys, this is all pop culture shit. And you two, you won't be the Beatles. No matter how much you try, Bono, you won't be the fucking Beatles. Your music's garbage. The Beatles made good music, and that's who inspired him. The Beatles. He was inspired by the Beatles. He wasn't inspired by fucking U2 and Bono. No, he wasn't. He was inspired by the Beatles and the way they made music. They made theatrical performances within a song, which is what he did. Made theatrical performances that you could only really hear and you wanted all the visuals to. Fucking U2. And that's what makes me so mad, is that these janky ass fucking bands like U2 get somewhere because they had a bunch of flavorless white people push them. U2 would have been dog piss in America. They were dog piss in America. They're garbage. They're not a good band. They never have and never will be a good band. If you even call them a fucking band. Instrument playing pop stars is what they are. And they're not even stars. They're just pop artists. Not good. They're not good at music. They're fucking bad. Garbage, trash, bad. Needs swept under the fucking rug.
Of 1984.
This is artistry. Right here. This is fucking artistry.
When MJ swept nearly everything in sight. And that quiet resistance, real or imagined, was about to shape everything that happened next. To understand why Bad lost Album of the Year, you have to look at the Grammys of the late 1980s, a system that didn't operate the way fans imagined. Back then, the Recording Academy was dominated by older, rock-leaning voters who often valued...
AKA old white dudes. I know these things. I fucking know these things. White. Again, they're dominated by a bunch of fucking snooty fucking white dudes with no taste in music, which is why U2 was pushed forward. There's tons of other bands that they could have pushed forward, but no, let's push U2.
No matter how revolutionary
that sounds like a good idea. Let's push U2. Not even an American band.
Influence alone wasn't
Let's push a non-American
this is
band
where the shift really
to win an American
After Thriller
award.
completely swept the 1984 Grammys, some insiders said the Academy became cautious.
Because
about
U2
ever
isn't
letting
American. It's a fucking British. Pretty sure it's a British. It's an Irish rock band. Again, fucking trash. Absolutely awful fucking music. From the beginning until the end, they made poop music. Poop. I've had turds that sounded better hitting the water than every one of their songs.
One artist dominate like that again. It wasn't a written rule, but critics at the time noticed a change. Voters were looking to spread recognition, not repeat history.
No, again, it's because you don't have real people voting in these things. You have a bunch of mindless robots trying to push ratings instead of actually pushing artistry. Again, flavorless white people.
By journalists in the late 1980s. Meanwhile, U2's The Joshua Tree had exploded with critical acclaim. It was powerful, political, rock-driven, exactly the kind of project the Academy historically gravitated towards.
It was dog piss.
Reviewers
It's dog
called it
piss.
serious,
And
timeless,
that whole
and
band is
artistically
trash.
significant. Labels the Academy had always rewarded. Michael's problem wasn't quality. Bad was a polished, innovative pop machine. His challenge was perception. The Academy still saw him as the face of mainstream megapop, a category they rarely crowned as Album of the Year. Quincy Jones would later mention publicly that Grammy voting had deep political undercurrents.
There you go. There you go. When you pollute art with politics, it's not art anymore. And that's what happened. You polluted it with that political bullshit, and then you fucking gave Album of the Year to one of the worst bands, in my opinion. There's so many other bands you could have given it to. If you wanted to give it to a foreign band, there's other bands across the world you could have given it to. But no, you had to prop up dog piss U2. Oh, they're political. Oh, I liked what they sound like. They sound like ass. Again, I've heard garage bands make better music than all of U2's music. Never have, never will like them, and Bono is a cunt.
Hinting that popularity could actually work against an artist in certain categories. And he wasn't wrong. The 1980s Grammys had a track record of choosing prestige over impact. So even before the ceremony began, the atmosphere was shifting. The votes weren't just about music. They were about image, identity, and the Academy's idea of serious artistry.
And he said it. He fucking said it. The Academy's idea of what artistry is. No idea. They have no fucking idea what actual artistry is. Which is why they pushed you to. No. Again, we know why Michael was pushed out of the spotlight. We know. We fucking know. And it wasn't because U2 was better suited for the Academy.
And that quiet internal bias was about to collide headfirst with the biggest star in the world. As Bad dominated the world, something else was happening. Something quieter, harder to measure, but powerful enough to influence a vote. By late 1987, the media narrative around Michael Jackson had begun to shift. Instead of focusing on his music, tabloids were building an entirely different story, the eccentric superstar. Headlines obsessed over his appearance, his lifestyle, and every minor rumor they could twist into a spectacle.
I wonder who was pushing that. We all know, but the media, who's owned the media since before Michael Jackson. We all know why Michael was pushed out. We all know.
This constant noise created what industry writers called Jackson fatigue. Not among fans, but among critics and insiders who were growing numb to the idea of Michael winning everything again. And the Grammy voters, many of whom paid close attention to press cycles, weren't immune to it. Some journalists at the time claimed that the Academy had started gravitating towards artists who fit a more authentic or serious mold, distancing themselves from highly commercial acts. Others whispered that voters didn't want to appear like they were handing the industry's highest honor to a global phenomenon, rather than a critical darling. This, however, is just a speculation. U2's image fit the moment. Political, gritty, guitar-driven. Michael, by contrast, was so massive that even his success worked against him. He wasn't just a musician, he was a cultural event. And to some voters, that scale felt intimidating, even polarizing.
Again, they only saw his skin color. They didn't want a black man dominating something that they had different ideas about, which is why they were more driven to guitar and politics. Again, bunch of flavorless fucking white people. Flavorless fucking white people. And again, you see what the music industry has become because of y'all. You see what it's become. Good job, Academy. Good job. You guys did a wonderful job. You guys have done a wonderful job. You've single-handedly destroyed the industry. People like the Academy have single-handedly destroyed the music industry. Good job. Good job, white
Behind
people.
closed doors, the sentiment
You're making us
grew
look
that the
real
award
good
should
out
go to
here.
someone fresh, someone serious, someone who wasn't dominating every chart and headline. Music journalists later pointed out that this era marked the beginning of a long-running Grammy trend. undervaluing pop giants while rewarding rock and alternative acts. Whether this shift was intentional or subconscious, it created the perfect storm. Michael's commercial power wasn't seen as genius, it was seen as excess. And that attitude set the stage for what happened when the envelopes were finally opened. When Michael Jackson arrived at the 30th Annual Grammy Awards on March 2, 1988, expectations weren't high. They were absolute. The badges, the press, the critics, the fans outside the venue, everyone assumed he would repeat the dominance he showed just 4 years earlier. Bad had 6 major nominations. Album of the Year felt guaranteed. But when the show started, something immediately felt off. Category after category passed by, and Michael's name wasn't being called. Best Pop Vocal? Lost. Record of the Year? Lost. Song categories? Lost. Even categories where he'd historically been unstoppable? Gone. The room felt the tension. Reporters started whispering. Quincy Jones, sitting in the audience, looked visibly irritated as the night went on. The cameras didn't catch him often, but those who were there said you could read the frustration on his face without a single word spoken. Then came Album of the Year, the moment the entire industry had been waiting for. When the envelope opened and The Joshua Tree by U2 was announced, the shock wasn't subtle. It rippled through the venue like a cold wave. This wasn't just a surprising loss, it was the night's defining upset. Michael Jackson, the most successful artist on Earth, had been almost completely shut out. In total, Bad won 1 single award in a major category: Best Engineered Recording, Non-Classical, an achievement for the technical team, not Michael himself. For an album that shattered worldwide records, it was the kind of result that made people question.
If that's not a statement, I don't know what is. That right there shows you that there was some kind of score to settle in the industry. They shut Michael out of everything and only awarded the production team. If that's not a major statement, I don't know what is. To me, that says the industry doesn't want you. We want you, what you bring.
What was really happening inside the Academy. Critics the next morning didn't hold back. Newspapers called it a stunning snub, an industry statement, even a course correction from voters who wanted to prove they weren't controlled by commercial success. But inside Michael's camp, the mood was heavier. Because despite the applause, the cameras, and the polite smiles, everyone who worked on Bad knew the same thing. This wasn't just a loss, this was a message. And the impact of that message would follow Michael long after the lights faded and the crowds went home. Publicly, Michael Jackson handled the 1988 Grammy shutout with absolute grace. He congratulated U2, thanked his fans, and avoided any headline that could be spun into bitterness. To the cameras, he was calm, composed, and smiling, the same professionalism he'd shown since childhood. But behind closed doors, the atmosphere was very different. People who worked around him during that period later hinted that Michael took the loss far more personally than anyone realized, not because he needed trophies to validate his success, but because he genuinely believed Bad represented some of the best, most ambitious work of his life. He had pushed himself harder than ever, vocally, visually, creatively. To see that effort dismissed so suddenly hit harder than anyone expected.
You know what's crazy? The first time I ever heard Bad, I wondered why Michael Jackson really slowed up on making music. Because I didn't hear Bad until into the 90s. I was like 5, maybe 6 years old. Yeah. About 5 or 6 years old when the first time I ever heard Michael Jackson's music. I fell in love with his music. I fell in love with his dancing, his music, just the way he built a composition, the way that whole team built composition. I was very inspired by that as a kid. Again, that's why I did a lot of creative things as a kid. Every word that I spoke sounded like I was singing. That's because of people like Michael Jackson. I got into the music world because of people like Michael Jackson. Well, people like Michael Jackson and Tupac. It was the first time I ever heard Tupac. That was it. I was captivated. That was it. And I didn't know anything about the Tupac Biggie thing. So when I heard Biggie, I liked his sound. I liked his I liked the way Biggie himself sounded when he was rapping. He to me, he sounded a lot like a regular, normal person. And I clicked with that. Same with Tupac. Tupac sounded like somebody who was basically beat up in the streets by life itself. But Michael Jackson, he was the king of my music world when I was a kid. He was the king of my music world. And when there wasn't really any new stuff of Michael coming out, I inevitably went and started venturing out into the music world. And when I started running into country music, and I liked it too. So I started listening to country music as well. I couldn't listen to anything other than country music while I was at my dad and grandparents' house because they didn't like any other music. They hated every other music. If it wasn't country music, they didn't want to hear it. And even then, my grandpa didn't like all country music. To him, if it wasn't closer to the bluegrass sound, because that's where he's from Kentucky. He was from Kentucky. So the only music he ever grew up with was straight bluegrass. Bluegrass and folk. But my dad, all he listened to was country music. That's it. He was just straight country music. And it's what I heard when I was at his house, so that's what I listened to. So I started to bring on and listening to all the types of music. It took me actually until I was closer to 10 years old before I started liking rock music. I just didn't like how guttural the guitars sounded in a lot of rock music. Which is kind of why I clicked more toward the alternative rock side, which, well, why don't you like YouTube? Again, I just never I thought their music was just really bad. If I wanted to listen to YouTube, I could listen to any other band and get better sound in the rock world. And that's what I did. Matter of fact, one of the reasons why it took me so long to get into rock music is because I tried to start listening to rock music with like Black Sabbath, stuff like that. Very dark, heavy sound. As a kid, it's super dark and super heavy. And that's where I started trying to get into listening to rock music, was with bands like Black Sabbath. And it's just like, I liked it because of just the way it sounded, but it was just too guttural. It just... Hold on, I have to check something. Yeah, he was over here just chewing on a shoe. I knew I heard something. I have really good hearing, really good hearing. Wearing headphones, talking, and my voice is like, it gets stuck inside the headphones, so it like collapses all the sound. But the moment there's a break, my ears tap back out, and I can hear his little chewing self. Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you, little demon. You want this? Told you, he knows that. He knows that phrase. He might not know what it means, but he knows that that phrase is usually followed up with something.
Quincy Jones, who almost never hides his emotions, was reportedly furious at the night. Engineers and studio musicians who helped build Bad were stunned. One crew member later claimed that Michael felt the Academy was judging him on everything except the music. The tabloid noise, the industry politics, the image critics had created around him. Whether this is true from Quincy, we will never know. Years later, Michael made a rare comment that hinted at how deeply the night affected him. He said awards are nice to receive, but don't always reflect the real truth about an artist's work. It was subtle, but fans recognized the meaning behind it. The snub didn't break him, but it did change him. It marked a turning point, a moment where Michael became hyper-aware that the music industry wasn't always driven by talent or impact. Sometimes it was driven by perception, sometimes by politics, and sometimes simply by the desire to push back against a superstar who felt too big to fail. That realization wouldn't just stay with him, it would shape everything he created next. The 1988 Grammy loss didn't send Michael backward, it pushed him into a new creative gear. If Bad was sharpened by pressure, Dangerous was fueled by something deeper, a desire to prove that he wasn't just a pop machine, but an artist capable of reinventing himself beyond any industry expectation. And you can hear that shift immediately. Michael moved away from the polished Quincy Jones-style production that defined Thriller and Bad and stepped into a harder, more aggressive sound. New jack swing, street rhythms, edgier themes. It was as if he wanted to break every box the Academy had tried to place him in. He wasn't chasing the Grammys anymore. He was chasing freedom. He built songs like Who Is It?, Jam, and Give In To Me, with a darker, more complex emotional core. He danced with sharper edges. His visuals became louder, bigger, bolder.
So cute,
not
dude.
just entertainment, but statements.
Love you.
Michael was no longer interested in fitting the image of pop superstar the Academy expected. He wanted to redefine what pop could be. People around him later said the Grammy snub gave him a kind of creative fire he hadn't felt since Off the Wall. It reminded him that awards were political, impact was eternal. So instead of competing for trophies, he decided to compete against himself. And the result? Dangerous became one of the most influential albums of the 1990s, spawning 2 decades of artists who built their entire sound on what Michael created after the Grammy loss. But the story doesn't end with reinvention. The snub also reshaped the way fans saw the Grammys, and the conversation around Bad would only grow louder as the years went on.
Probably why Bad still was blowing up in the 90s. Oh, we already know that. We already know this. Yeah, I had a weird feeling. I not really carried along for a long time. And that's another person that the industry did dirty that they shouldn't have. He is a creative genius, and somebody that can get at you like that, you don't want to mess with. Like, that's like, you may as well have pissed off the person who's making your food. You may as well just pissed off the person who's making your food when you piss off people like Jim Carrey, Michael Jackson. Shit. Before Michael Jackson died, he gave the industry a giant fuck you and an uppercut when he was able to buy all his music back, regain control of his music. And Jim Carrey's way of saying fuck you to the industry and giving them a giant uppercut is to deprive the industry. He's a creative genius. And when a creative genius deprives an industry of his genius, you see what happens. The movie industry has not been the same since Jim Carrey ultimately stepped way back from it all. Yeah, he'll still pop up in a film or two here or there, but not in the capacity, and you won't get Jim Carrey. You really won't. Unless you go back and start watching Jim Carrey's old stuff, you won't get to have any real Jim Carrey stuff. Dr. Robotnik, funny, but it's not Jim Carrey funny. But that's because Jim Carrey has turned his back on the industry. Rightfully so. Rightfully so. I do want to watch some of this. I do want to see. Oh, no chapters. Son of a bitch.
Once he reached the pinnacle of fame and fortune, he realized it was all a lie. Hollywood sold Jim Carrey the dream. You're gonna be a big star. This next opportunity is going to be your breakout moment. He became addicted to this and spent half of his life failing to develop a successful career. He was desperate for the acceptance and approval of others who were willing to discard him whenever they pleased. Yet through the power of divine intervention or just pure talent, he finally made it. He made classic films in multiple genres, generating billions of dollars and inspiring people all over the world, and yet he felt empty, alone, lacking purpose and identity. And once the Hollywood facade veered its ugly head, Carrey did not run away. Instead, he used his platform to expose the soulless, evil industry that's praised by innocent people who don't understand they are being fooled.
Jim, you got really dressed up for the occasion. You look good.
I didn't get dressed up.
Who did?
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream.
It's just things happening. And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's happening in our world right now?
It's not our world.
None
That's
of this
the
is
key.
real?
Nope.
So
Nope.
you're just passing
We don't
through.
matter. We don't matter.
The first time Jim
See, the thing it is he literally yanks the veil up and like, look, this ain't our world. We don't matter. We really don't matter. He did. He pulled the curtain way up and showed everybody what was going on back there. Everybody laughed. Jim Carrey's losing his mind. I saw the social media feed, the articles, all the stuff coming out. Not really going after what he was saying. Like, let's interview him. Like, let's see what he really means by that. Because Jim Carrey won't hold back. He will not hold back. He'll give you what he's thinking. It might be a little bit of theatrical coding in there, but he'll tell you what he's thinking. Like he just did. And that was all symbolism. It was literally all symbolism. Matter of fact, go back.
You.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream.
industry that's praised
so
by
the
innocent
first thing he
people
says-
who don't understand they are
Let's see.
being fooled.
All right.
Jim, you got really dressed up for the occasion. You look good.
I didn't get dressed up.
Who did?
There is no me.
There's no you.
There is no me. I mean, that is what it is. He's basically saying Jim Carrey, as you think you see him and know him, is not really Jim Carrey. It's not. It's the facade that's been built up by the industry.
You.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream.
It's just things happening.
No, they're just things happening. That's like, it's kind of less literal. I mean, it is. He's playing on literal. He's playing on literal and maybe metaphysical, because things are just happening. Yes, it's obvious. This thing is happening. This interview is happening. Life is happening. But in relation to what she's asking, so this is all a dream? We're not real? No, this, what we're being shown, he's speaking, it's weird. It's like he's speaking in a fourth wall break, but from this side. He's saying it from this side, but the words feel more like they're coming from this side. They're breaking the fourth wall, but they're breaking it in the opposite direction. But the mirrored image of it is also doing it. So it's kind of like shattering the wall altogether. And him saying that, it's like, no, things are just happening. Which means that you can control your dreams. Your dreams you have control over. Whether they're in your mind while you're actually dreaming, or they're your hopes and dreams in real life. You can control those. What he's saying is, no, there are things happening. There are just things happening, meaning there's no control there. None. The things that are happening are uncontrolled by him or her.
And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together.
Okay.
And that's just, it's basically backing it up with some goofy science relation, because it is. It's basically what it is. Basically saying matter is all matter's moving around.
Yeah.
So what's happening in our world right now?
It's not our world.
He's not speaking metaphysically. He's saying literally. She's saying what's happening in our world right now, kind of making it a joke. And he's like, well, it's not our world. Meaning it's the world of the people who put all this sod up. People who are putting up this little mask, putting on this dog and pony show, making everybody buy in and believe in a facade, a bunch of faking gayness.
None of this is real?
Nope.
So you're just passing
We don't
through.
matter. We don't matter.
We don't matter. And that is the connection point. That's a connecting statement to the first thing, saying that this is not our world. No, there are literally powers controlling our world. They're humans, but they're controlling our world. And to them, we do not matter at all, in the slightest. And that's what he's saying. He's saying there's a lot of dark shit going on in the world that are just buying and selling you. Look at you like you don't matter. And see it as their world, not yours.
The first time Jim Carrey experienced failure was when he was 15 at the Toronto comedy club Yuck Yucks. I stood up there and I did this horrible, corny act. Halfway through it, they started playing the soundtrack of Jesus Christ Superstar, saying, "Crucify him, crucify him, crucify him." Mark got on the microphone backstage and went, "Totally boring, totally boring. I was 15. I got no leeway for that at all. His first time on stage was so traumatic, it's surprising Carey didn't quit comedy altogether. The only reason he took a 2-year break was because his family was
that's the difference between a genius and and someone who's not. That probably damaged him in a way where it's like, okay, I'm gonna have to take a lot of bumps in this now. If that's bump number 1, that stings. And like somebody who is well versed in the world that they're trying to enter, no, that's not going to stop them. That's just going to say, okay, looks like I got to jump higher to get over these hurdles. And that's what he does. That's what he does. And he did. He did it while basically being homeless.
Poor, they could not afford to invest in his dream. The family of 4 lived in a Volkswagen van near Burlington, Canada. Jim and his brother John also spent months living in a tent in the Charles Daly Park on Lake Ontario. But Jim soon overcame his fears and returned back to the stage in 1979. The 17-year-old quickly transitioned from open mics to regular paid shows. In addition to growing in popularity, Carey attempted to break into the industry by auditioning to be a cast member for the 1980-1981 season of NBC's Saturday Night Live. Unfortunately, SNL's executive producer selected Charles Rocket over Carey. Facing failure once again, Carey continued performing stand-up across Toronto and the surrounding towns. The reason why some people rejected Jim's comedy early on was
he got into another kind of like a SNL type thing up in Canada, and when he got into that, that's kind of when he started getting noticed by more of that. And then I believe he kind of broke into In Living Color. I'm almost positive that's what he did. Because he did kind of the same thing in Canada. They had that kind of same thing going on. Same idea of SNL, just sketch comedy, essentially.
Because, well, there wasn't really much comedy in it. He was merely an impressionist. He could mimic and resemble famous people or characters. His act didn't have transition jokes or stories, just impression after impression.
Could you imagine the Fonz hosting a cooking show? Hey, right, you take your pot and you put it on the stove like this. First you fill it with water like this. Alright, you follow me so far.
Luckily for Jim, there was someone very powerful out there who did believe in him. Writer for the Toronto Star, Bruce Blackadar, raved about Carey, calling him a genuine star coming to life. Carey receiving significant mainstream media coverage for the first time ignited the much-needed momentum in his career. The review increased demand for his impressionist stand-up act throughout the country. In April of 1981, he appeared in an episode of the television stand-up show An Evening at the Improv. That summer, he landed his first acting role in Introducing Janet, a made-for-TV movie that premiered in September 1981 on the CBC and drew more than 1 million viewers for its first airing in Canada. As he continued to perform in comedy clubs nationwide, comedian Rodney Dangerfield took notice and signed him to open his tour. By December of 1981, Carey was a well-known comic in Canada.
I mean, I don't think everyone has that mobility, that flexibility. I mean, have you ever thought about that?
No. Well, I guess it's because I'm tremendously vain and I stand in the mirror a lot.
Sylvester Stallone.
Hey, yo, I do. Hey, you're gonna go out with me, Mickey. I mean, if you don't, I'm gonna break your legs. You know what I mean?
I'll go.
Okay, alright.
But every time Jim took one step forward in his career, his momentum would come to a screeching halt. And I don't mean to bring the momentum of this video to a screeching halt, but I do have to tell you about today's sponsor. Have you heard that the flavored air screen to get your free fume topper when you order your that have been an incubator for just Pack today. Carey decided to pack his bags and move to Hollywood at the beginning of 1983. He regularly performed at the Comedy Store and the Laugh Factory, two clubs that have been an incubator for just about every comedy legend in the 80s
brothers
and
picked him up.
90s. Additionally, performing on The Tonight Show was a major milestone for a comedian's career, and it was a dream of Jim's. By the spring of 1983, he was invited to perform a stand-up set on the highly rated Late Night Show. This surely would have been the perfect recipe for Jim's career to skyrocket. However, following a lackluster club set at the Improv, the showrunners at Tonight revoked their invitation. I had kind of a lukewarm night, and then I heard the news that I had lost The Tonight Show. It could have been the end of me, but my brain has always had this fail-safe space that goes, I don't know how, but it's gonna happen a different way. Accepting failure again, Carey returned home in April 1983 to rejuvenate and perform stand-up in a familiar environment. While in Toronto, CTV's flagship news magazine, Program W5, did a feature on Carey that aired nationally in Canada.
Were you just born with this plastic face?
I guess. Always hamming it up, you know? Just sort of came natural. I didn't know until like a year ago that was different than everybody else. That my face was so weird. I realized that that's what my special thing is, I guess, is that I'm weird. Is that I'm rubber.
One thing about Canada is they always held it down for Jim. They seemed to understand his greatness before the rest of the world did. This hometown motivation is just what he needed to keep his dreams alive. So yet again, he went back to Hollywood. Within a few months, Jim successfully landed the main role for a sitcom called The Duck Factory. Becoming the lead role in a sitcom was a massive opportunity that was seemingly reserved for A-list comedians in the 80s. It became a little more normalized in the 90s for new talent to get their own show. This means that Carey was ahead of the curve, sitting on a potential gold mine. To promote the series, Carey was set to appear on The Tonight Show starring Johnny Carson, which aired on the same network as The Duck Factory. During his appearance, the 21-year-old went through most of his popular impressions.
Jack Nicholson. Clint Eastwood. E.T. the Extraterrestrial.
Unfortunately, The Duck Factory was cancelled after just one season. However, there were two major reasons that led to the show's demise. Firstly, the episodes were aired out of order, making it impossible for anyone to follow the plot. Secondly, Jim played the role of the straight man, which is basically the guy who sets up the joke so the funny guy can deliver the punchline.
Roland, you want to take a look at this? Marty's script? Pass. It's really not as bad as you'd think.
I've heard the same thing said about raw fish, but I wouldn't want to try that either.
Although Carey was the main character, they seemingly didn't play to his strengths. He never got the funny lines, and therefore the audience didn't really build a relationship with him. But still, Jim knew there was something around the corner from him. He finally got a taste of that Hollywood dream, and he could not subside. This was his destiny.
I used to open my arms. I used to sit up there, you know, and open my arms and imagine a giant funnel of gifts coming
would come right into
from the universe.
Yes.
Honest to God, you could, you know, cut to me there. I'm like this, and if nothing else, it made me feel more positive about where I was. I drove down from Mulholland Drive every night, you know, that I went up there, feeling that I was one of the biggest actors in Hollywood. I was doing wonderful work that made people happy. I was, you know, I owned all that. That was it. You know, I guess, you know, what I own, when you think about it, is my faith.
He decided to audition for Saturday Night Live again, this time ahead of the show's 1985-86 season, during which returning executive producer Lorne Michaels sought to hire an all-new cast. 5 years after his previous SNL audition, 23-year-old Jim Carrey was rejected again. He never even got the opportunity to audition his material in front of Lorne Michaels because the producers and senior writers just assumed he wouldn't like it. But unlike his previous his SNL rejection, Carey was starting to establish a career for himself, and he did have something to fall back on. Once Bitten was a film released months after his SNL audition. However, it drowned in negative reviews while underperforming at the box office.
It is
After returning to the comedy club circuit with Impressions, Carey made his third attempt at landing a spot on SNL in the fall of 1986. Unfortunately, he was rejected for the third and final time. The reason he tried so hard to land SNL is because it would have given him that legitimacy he needed as a comedian. Not to mention, he would have also perfectly fit into their sketch comedy format. But many people didn't think Jim Carrey was that funny. Some didn't even consider him a comedian because, well, he didn't really tell jokes. Combine that with the fact that his movies and TV roles were failing, and maybe that was an indication that he just wasn't going to be the Hollywood star that he and the people of Canada thought he would be. Or maybe it's because he wasn't being promoted in the right way or cast in the right roles. Perhaps Jim Carrey just didn't.
It's literally, we've just watched all of it. Like, he's come up to the step, but something's always either made him step away, pushed him away, or he completely trips up the step. He's not been given that opportunity. He wasn't given that opportunity. But when he finally did, that was it.
Mold that a comedian or actor in the 80s was supposed to be.
But I never make it in the normal ways. It's always the side window or the basement window or something like that. Same was, it's been true all the way along.
Was it a tremendous defeat for you when you go and audition for Saturday Night Live? Because you were on, listen,
no,
you did
I have a
impressions.
psychotic belief system that goes, something magical is going to happen. I don't know how it's going to happen, but if there's no way in, a new way will be created, kind of thing.
Most people would have given up, but Jim had invested so much into this life. He knew if he just stayed the course, something good would come. And surely, by divine intervention, luck, or just genuinely working on his craft, Jim Carrey made one connection that changed his career. Jim secured a role in the 1988 comedy film Earth Girls Are Easy, which is about a Southern California girl who befriends 3 furry aliens after their spaceship lands in her swimming pool. Actor and comedian Damon Wayans played an ancillary role in the film and was extremely impressed with Carrey's comedic talents. They became friends. Damon told his brother Keenan about Jim while he was developing the soon-to-be groundbreaking American sketch comedy television show In Living Color.
And Damon was like, yo, Keenan. Damon was Keenan's right-hand man. Okay. That's his lieutenant on Living Color.
Okay.
That was his right-hand man. Okay. So he's like, you gotta trust me. This white boy is funny. He's like silly putty. He twists himself up. He could suck his own if he tried. This white boy crazy. And Keenan was like, okay, let me see him.
At a time when most sketch comedy shows were dominated by white performers, In Living Color stood out by centering Black and Latino talent, using humor to tackle issues like race, inequality, and stereotypes head-on. The show broke barriers by featuring skits that blended sharp social commentary with slapstick and absurd humor, often mocking political figures, celebrities, and cultural trends in ways that were both provocative and hilarious. Carrey was a key member on In Living Color, where he became known for his wild physical comedy and over-the-top character portrayals. As one of the few white cast members, he stood out for his high-energy performances and fearless commitment to outlandish roles, which showcased his talent for slapstick and exaggerated facial expressions.
Wow, a real fireman!
That's right, princess. Say, I sure have a beautiful family here.
Why, thank you, Fire Marshal Bill. Now, how can we help you?
Well, it's National Fire Safety Week. I've been going door to door looking for fire hazards. Mind if I give your place a little inspection?
Carrey's role on In Living Color is exactly what he needed to prove to Hollywood that he could be a star. From there, he secured a lead role in a major Hollywood production, Ace Ventura: Pet Detective, which grossed $107 million worldwide. He finally did it. All his hard work paid off. He finally proved himself to Hollywood. And unlike all of his previous success, his momentum was not about to slow down. Jim Carrey was about to take over the 90s and become one of the greatest physical comedian actors in entertainment
And he was.
history.
I think I told the story the other day. First time ever really seeing a film by Jim Carrey. Because I always caught some of the In Living Color stuff. But it wasn't something that my mom really wanted me and my brother to be watching. Well, my sister was too young. My youngest brother, he wasn't even, I don't even think he was born yet. But yeah, his Jim Carrey, like, the adults in my family when I was a kid, they loved him. They loved him on In Living Color. They loved him in Ace Ventura. They loved Jim Carrey. But his comedy to them wasn't something that they were ready to let the kids see. Until Ace Ventura, and they realized, oh, he's actually not really that bad. But I caught some of the In Living Color stuff. But Ace Ventura was my first ever really watching Jim Carrey full length from beginning to end. And I fell in love with his acting, the way he was silly putty. Because the moment I saw him, I started doing all of his impressions. Basically doing impressions of him doing other impressions. Or just doing his Ace Ventura impression.
Warner
My
immediately
impression of
paid
Ace
him
Ventura.
$5 million to reprise his role as Ace Ventura. While filming The Mask, New Line Cinema offered Carrey $7 million to make a sequel and paid him $7 million to appear in Dumb and Dumber. At the time, it may have seemed unwise to offer Carrey such a large amount of money for a new talent. However, any skepticism regarding Carrey's ability to fill movie theater seats was laid to rest following the 1994 release of The Mask, a comedy film that follows Stanley Ipkiss, a mild-mannered, unlucky-in-love bank clerk who discovers a magical mask that transforms him into a superhuman trickster with cartoonish abilities. The mask amplifies Stanley's hidden desire and confidence, turning him into a green-faced, wild, and unstoppable character with exaggerated powers reminiscent of classic animated characters. The Mask was a critical and commercial success, grossing over $350 million worldwide. 5 months after The Mask, New Line Cinema released Dumb and Dumber, the buddy comedy film Carrey starred in alongside Jeff Daniels. Nicolas Cage was set to be Carrey's co-star, but his team could not negotiate a $2 million increase fee. The company was reluctant to hire Daniels due to his limited comedic experience, but the writers and Carrey vocalized their support for him. New Line Cinema offered a low salary of just $50,000, hoping that Daniels would turn it down, but he accepted. Meanwhile, his co-star Jim Carrey was paid $7 million.
I can't feel my fingers anymore. They're numb.
Ooh. Maybe you should wear these extra gloves. My hands are starting to get sweaty.
The film was another commercial home run for Jim, grossing over $247 million worldwide against a budget of just $17 million. The stupid humor and quotable lines, driven by the outrageous antics of its lead characters, produced a...
I heard something. Hold on. Told you, I have a fantastic hearing. Fantastic. Told you, I have fantastic hearing. He's over chewing on, well, the TV he chews on it doesn't work. I mean, it does. If I want it to work, I have to repair it. I don't need it, so I'm not going to repair it. At least not right now. Like, maybe if I buy a home, if I buy a home or have the ability to buy a home ever, I'll repair that TV. So otherwise, which means I'm not repairing that TV. That's just what I'm saying. I'm not going to end up repairing that TV because I'm never going to be able to afford to buy my own home. Maybe if I move to Japan, I'll be able to buy a home. What are you doing, crazy? What are you doing? He's in play mood right now. I think that's why he's chewing on the TV to try to get me to come play. What are you doing, man? Can't see, but he's just sprinting in circles right now. Binking and sprinting and zooming. He's in binky and zoomy mode right now. I wish I had I don't even care if it's a one-story trailer, just a space big enough to where this dude can all ass, just open it up, pedal to the metal, and just zoom. Give him obstacles that he can jump over. Love that little guy. I'd kick the motherfucking shit out of anybody that even said anything bad about him. Don't be talking about my mama. So cute, adorable, and psychopath. Little psychopath.
classic. The following year, Carey appeared as the Riddler in the 1995 superhero film Batman Forever. True to Jim's signature comedic style, his version of the Riddler was manic, flamboyant, and full of over-the-top antics, which contrasted with the darker, more subdued villains typically seen in the Batman universe. He brought a vibrant, almost cartoonish quality to the character. While some critics felt his performance leaned too much into comedy, others appreciated the unpredictable and zany energy.
The movie wasn't that good, but I liked the way he played the Riddler.
Brought to the role. Carey's contribution helped the film gross over $336 million worldwide, becoming the 6th highest grossing film of 1995. Carey was undoubtedly one of the biggest draws in Hollywood throughout the 90s, and became the first actor to be paid $20 million for a role, and that was to star in the dark comedy The Cable Guy. He was among the top ranks of A-listers, alongside Arnold Schwarzenegger, Harrison Ford, and Sylvester Stallone.
You were the first one to get a $20 million movie, right?
That's what they say.
I mean, you had to feel good.
You know, the weirdest thing is that I have never worried about money. Never. Ever. And
So
I
it's
just
not never
no,
been your
maybe
driving
it's because
force?
I went there and I lived that way and realized that we lived on the road in a van for a while after we were in the worst jobs of our lives, and we were making money, and we decided to quit because we were turning into monsters. We lived in a van and we're happier than we had ever been. And I guess that taught me that to trust the universe.
Carey's historic payday became a frequent talking point whenever the actor was mentioned. In June of 1995, Variety wrote the headline, "H. Wood finds $20 million tab for Carey playing scary." And Entertainment Weekly wrote, "You'd be smiling too if you just got paid $20 million. Although he was just 2 years into his Hollywood boom, he was a little confused. Why did they care so much about the money? Why couldn't they just talk about the art, or his roles, or his acting? His movie, The Cable Guy..."
But that's why. To them, and it's literally, as he said in that interview in the beginning, it's not our world.
Was
We're
considered
not
a
real. It's not our world, and they don't care about any of us.
box office flop. Jim was not playing the role of a lovable goof, but rather an unsavory, insidious psychopath. Critics seemingly were harsher on this movie because of all the hype surrounding his $20 million payday. They used this film to basically denounce his worth in Hollywood, but he felt it was important for him to expand and take creative risks.
I certainly don't want to play it safe my whole life. I don't want to. I think the danger is that you start patronizing your audience. You start to try to see, okay, well, this worked, so I better stick with this. And then no growth happens at all. And whether something is a success or not, you have to take the chance of losing a few people, because you do gain others.
Carey went back to his stereotypical silly self in the 1997 comedy Liar Liar. The story centers around a lawyer's strained relationship with his young son, who, disappointed by his father's broken promises, makes a birthday wish that his dad cannot tell a lie for 24 hours.
What's up, Fletcher? Your cholesterol, fatty! Dead man walking!
Liar Liar was a huge critical and commercial success, but Jim remained firm that he was not going to just do comedy roles because it was the safe route for him, and it was because of these creative risks that he made his best film to date, The Truman Show.
Without the Ace Ventura, I wouldn't be doing
killer film.
Without
but the
that,
thing
I
of it
wouldn't be
is,
doing
it's
it,
like
because
The Truman Show is a parody on life. That movie is a parody on life. And it kind of leads back to what he said. This isn't our world. We do not matter to them.
Peter Weir looked at that and he went, here's someone who wants to take chances, who's willing to risk it all, basically.
But a lot of people who love you as Ace and Fire Marshal Bill and all these, The Mask and all of that, have a hard time sometimes understanding why you feel compelled to take these chances.
I'm not compelled. I just have the opportunity. I'm given the opportunity, so I have to. You know, I'm a person who's interested in human behavior and always have been, and I have more colors than just the ones I've shown so far, and I don't negate them in any way, and I want to go back and do fun, crazy, wild stuff, and that's great. It serves a purpose. It makes people forget about their problems.
The Truman Show is a psychological comedy that revolves around the concepts of control, free will, and the blurred boundaries between reality and illusion. Truman Burbank is an ordinary man who slowly realizes that his entire life has been staged as a part of a massive reality television show. Unbeknownst to him, Truman has been the star of the show since birth, living in a constructed town called Sea Haven, where everyone around him are actors. The film's opening arc establishes how Truman's reality is fabricated by a media corporation, governed by a single writer. Everything from his childhood fears to his day-to-day interactions is carefully manufactured by the people behind the central show's production. Time and time again, even the actors around Truman force unsubtle product placements into his narrative, further enhancing the artificial nature of Truman's reality.
You can't stand me.
That's not true. Why don't you let me fix you some of this new Mococo drink? All natural cocoa beans from the upper slopes of Mountain Nicaragua, no artificial sweeteners.
What the hell are you talking about? Who are you talking to?
I've tasted other cocos. This is the best.
Much like Truman, Carey and his Hollywood peers can become puppets to the entertainment industry due to the influence of
And that's
powerful
what's crazy.
studios,
It's
agents.
like, it's almost like this film opened his eyes to actually how the world really works, and the world is really just a friggin' Truman Show. Just a massive, elaborate Truman Show where none of us are Truman. We're just basically the products being placed everywhere, being pushed into frame constantly, whether we want to or not. And not being pushed into a frame that we want to be in either. To be honest, I feel like the Truman Show may have been what actually, I'm gonna say, broke Jim Carrey. But that's just because it's like he broke free from kind of like that lady's question, that interviewer's question. Trying to keep him dialed into this one little thing. And that's what he did. I feel like the Truman Show is what kind of like shattered all that. Shattered that fake reality that was built around him. And I think the $20 million thing was just a way for the industry to kind of knock him down a peg. Because remember, we're well after Michael Jackson gets taken down a peg by the music industry. We're well after that. Remember, the industry was also banking it all on Michael too. But the Academy didn't care. Again, I feel like that $20 million payday, which is was the monkey wrench that was thrown into Carey's gears. They purposely did that, trying to make it go to his head, to where he kind of proves what they're trying to prove. They're trying to prove that money will buy anybody. But he's kind of like, he takes the $20 million payday and doesn't run with it. He just sets it aside and says, I got work to do. I'll deal with that when I can get to it. And to them, they didn't want that. They wanted somebody to bow down and slop on their knobs for that $20 million. They wanted to be able to control every aspect of his life with that $20 million. And when they couldn't do it,
producers and executives who prioritize profits over artistic expression. These industry forces often dictate the types of roles these actors take on and the way they are marketed to the public. Actors may be pressured to conform to certain stereotypes or be typecast into specific roles that fit commercial trends, limiting their creative freedom. Their image,
Well, using The Rock is a that's a bad example. The Rock's not really a good actor. He is another Vin Diesel type, another Jason Statham type. He has a mold that he only fits into. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is not a good actor. I've watched him in everything he's ever acted in. I've watched, and he plays the same character in everything. Everything. Just like Vin Diesel. Same character in everything. Jason Statham. Same character in everything. Not saying they're bad actors. It's just they don't have range. So using someone like Dwayne The Rock Johnson as an example is kind of a bad example, because you can't really cast that dude into other roles. Because again, Dwayne The Rock Johnson is not playing the Scorpion King. He's not playing any of the Jumanji characters. He's not playing was The Walking Tall. He's not playing those characters in those films. No. Dwayne The Rock Johnson is playing the character of The Rock from wrestling. That's who Dwayne The Rock Johnson, that's the character he plays in every film. He plays The Rock from the WWF, and that's it. The Rock doesn't have a range. And if he does, then he should probably break free from the industry so that he can show it. Because even when Jim Carrey was constrained by the industry, he still showed his range. There's a lot of actors and actresses that were still constrained by the industry, but were able to show their range. Steve Carell's one of them. Steve Carell, he does one hell of a serious character. Almost to the point where you want to go in and help him type stuff. When he plays serious characters, it's like, wow. He has range. Not many actors and actresses have that kind of range. Some of these guys do. So don't use The Rock as your example.
On screen and off screen.
That's just what I would say.
Using
The Rock as an example is a bad example.
Required to maintain certain looks, personas, or behaviors to align with a brand or studio's vision. This environment can strip actors of their autonomy, turning them into commodities within a system rather than an individual. The Truman Show had a profound impact on Carrey because he realized that his real life was actually very similar to Truman's.
Not necessarily, but what I want doesn't stem from show business. Generally, I mean, I started out with many desires as far as this business goes. I've so surpassed all of them that it's not as meaningful to me anymore. I really love the work itself. I've examined myself on several occasions. Why am I really doing this? Am I doing this because I want to be famous? And I think there was an element to that when I started out. Sure. I think I wasn't necessarily seen as much or as intently as I wanted to be when I was a kid. I had a job, at least in my own mind, and that was to make my mother feel better. She was kind of very ill in many ways, but I felt the need to make them feel that their life was worthwhile, that they did something special just by the very fact that they brought me into the world. Yeah. So from a very young age, I wanted to convince them that I was a miracle. And then I wanted to convince the world that I was a miracle. And now I want to convince the world that I'm just like them.
It seemed around the early 2000s that Jim started to see Hollywood for what it truly is. Behind the glitz and glam, it's just a vapid display of wealth. People with a holier-than-thou mentality, masquerading around, celebrating each other for menial displays of talent, inflating their egos to dangerous levels. In deeper interviews, it was clear Jim was aware of his role in this soulless machine, but he didn't reveal his true thoughts and feelings about it. Yet, The Truman Show was a critical success, grossing over $264 million worldwide. It also marked a significant shift for Jim. As he demonstrated his range and depth as an actor, he even earned a Golden Globe for Best Actor in a Motion Picture Drama.
No, thank you very much, Hollywood Foreign Press. I will really love this. I'll enjoy it so much, right down to the chewy chocolate center.
Unfortunately, what should have been the start of a string of experimental projects for Carey never occurred, as the comedian retreated back to his comfort zone. Entering the 2000s, Carey continued appearing in comedy blockbusters like Me, Myself, and Irene, How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and Bruce Almighty. He even reintroduced himself to a new generation of children through films like Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events and A Christmas Carol, as well as the animated film Horton Hears a Who. These films combined made well over $1 billion at the worldwide box office. But even in the middle of his success, Jim struggled with depression, questioning what his purpose was in all of this.
I was on Prozac for a long time. Yep, I was on Prozac for a long time, and I'm not sure. It may have helped me out of a jam for a little bit. I had to get off at a certain point because I realized that, you know, everything's just okay.
No peaks and valleys.
There are peaks, there are valleys, but they're all kind of carved and smoothed out, and it feels like a low level of despair you live in, where you're not getting any answers, but you're living okay, and you can smile at the office, you know, but it's a low level of despair.
And you don't take any of them, or you don't take anything now?
Nothing. I don't take anything. I rarely drink coffee. I'm very serious about no alcohol, no drugs. Life is too beautiful.
It's where I hang out with Buddha and Krishna and, you know, all those guys.
Are you a
Jesus.
Buddhist?
I'm a Buddhist, I'm a Muslim, I'm a Christian, I'm whatever you want me to be. You know, it all comes down to the same thing. You're in a loving place or you're in an unloving place. If you're with me right now, we cannot be unhappy. It's not possible.
After winning multiple awards, generating hundreds of millions of dollars, and being considered a living legend in the entertainment industry, in 2009, Jim seemingly had an awakening through the readings of Eckhart Tolle, a spiritual teacher and self-help author.
I woke up and I understood suddenly. Thought is responsible for, if not all, most of the suffering we experience. And then I suddenly felt like I was looking at these thoughts from another perspective. And I wondered, who is it that's aware that I'm thinking? I was thrown into this expansive, amazing feeling of freedom from myself, from my problems. I saw that I was bigger than what I do. I was bigger than my body. I was everything and everyone. Ever since that day, I've been trying to get back there.
Jim also gave a profound speech to the graduating class of Maharishi University of Management.
When I was about 28, after a decade as a professional comedian, I realized one night in LA that the purpose of my life had always been to free people from concern, just like my dad. And when I realized this, I dubbed my new devotion the Church of Freedom from Concern. And I dedicated myself to that ministry. What's yours? How will you serve the world? What do they need that your talent can provide? That's all you have to figure out. As someone who's done what you're about to go and do, I can tell you from experience, the effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. Everything you gain in life will rot and fall apart, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart. My choosing to free people from concern got me to the top of a mountain. Look where I am. Look what I get to do. I did something that made people present their best selves to me wherever I go. I am at the top of the mountain, and I was, and the only one I hadn't freed was myself, and that's when my search for identity deepened. I wondered who I'd be without my fame. Who would I be if I said things that people didn't want to hear? That peace that we're after lies somewhere beyond personality, beyond the perception of others, beyond invention and disguise, even beyond effort itself. To find real peace, you have to let the armor go. Your need for acceptance can make you invisible in this world.
Yep.
Don't let anything stand in the way of the light that shines through this form. Risk being seen in all of your glory.
Carey's career
Genius
took a
words.
significant nosedive during the 2010s,
I
with
like
his
that
only
movie.
notable role being Thomas Popper Jr. in Mr. Popper's Penguins, and the reprisal of his role as Lloyd in Dumb and Dumber 2, which was significantly less successful than its predecessor, both critically and commercially. But while promoting Dumb and Dumber 2, he had a strange appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Is that a gang sign? Have you,
Oh, like you don't know what it is. You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know.
We don't know.
All the comics and show business don't know what this is. I'm here tonight to blow the lid off it, to be the whistleblower. I'm sick and tired of the secrets and the lies. It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, and you're a part of it, and it is the all-mocking tongue. For years now, talk show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to throw you off the track. To just
This is what's insane is they purposely do this to people. They got the crowd laughing. They got Kimmel up here with his why are you doing this, man? Why are you doing this to us? Look what we've built. Look what we did for you. If he could actually show how mad he is here, he'd probably have his hands around Jim's neck. I guarantee you, if he could show how mad he is by his words, his hands would be around his throat. That is that. Come on, man. Are you really doing this right now? Why do you got to do this right now when we've done so much for you? That's what to me, that's what that says. That's what that face says. Like, are you seriously going to do this to us right now? After all we've done? And then you have the crowd just laugh tracking it in. They probably didn't turn off the applaud light and all that. They probably have it just on, applaud, laugh, drown them out. Please drown them out.
distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile so you don't know what's really going on. You know, when they get out there in the woods in a circle naked and they decide these things, you know what they're trying to do? Who? This thing is buzzing. Hold on. They're trying to turn us into, consumer drones of some sort. Hold on, I just got to get this.
And yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm in the middle of blowing the lid off some.
What happened?
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was temporarily interrupted by my iPhone 6 Plus. 5.5 heads-up HD display.
You think it's a bit? It's not. It's not a bit. It is a bit. But it's what he's saying. He's blowing the lid off of it. He's basically saying they're all culpable and they're using things like technology to control you, turn you into these drones.
I think what I was really trying to say was I think people will enjoy Dumb and Dumber this weekend.
There were multiple sources that claimed that they were at the show and that the whole time...
Yep, right there. I said that too, because I watched this. I watched that interview with the woman. I try not to follow these people too closely because then you end up running up their ass. And I'm not about to be running up nobody's ass. But every time he comes out with one of these, every time he does something like this, I listen. And I've always listened.
There was no actual audience laughter, and a laugh...
Yeah. And that's why I said the laugh tracked the audience in.
Was I think people will enjoy Dumb and Dumber this weekend.
There were multiple sources that claimed that they were at the show and that the whole time there was no actual audience laughter, and a laugh track was added in post-production to the video that was uploaded to YouTube. Some people looked at Jim's mockery as brave, that he was potentially exposing the truth and that his life could be in danger.
That's actually what I said. I said the one thing it does to Jim Carrey is it puts a massive target on his back. The industry does not like being mocked, and the industry sure as hell don't like being exposed. Look at everybody else that's tried to expose the industry. They are, you know their names. You know their names. And they all somehow, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. You know all of these people's names that tried to expose this evil side of Hollywood. You know every one of their names.
Others dismiss this as an actor who is past his prime and merely trying to do something shocking to promote a movie. But Carrey's public awakening and attacks on Hollywood did not slow down. During his 2016 Golden Globe speech, he was a little sarcastic, but his message was very clear.
You know, when I go to sleep at night, I'm not just a guy going to sleep. I'm two-time Golden Globe winner Jim Carrey going to get some well-needed shut-eye. And when I dream, I don't just dream any old dream. No, sir. I dream about being three-time Golden Globe winning actor Jim Carrey, because then I would be enough and I could stop this terrible search for what I know ultimately won't fulfill me. But these are important, these awards. I don't.
He said it just before there.
This terrible search. Globe winning actor Jim Carrey, because then I would be enough and I could stop this terrible search for
Right
what
here.
I know ultimately won't fulfill me.
What I know will ultimately fulfill me.
But these are important, these awards.
And he's
I
mocking
don't want
it.
you to think that just because if you blew up our solar system alone, you wouldn't be able to find us or any of human history with the naked eye. But from our perspective, this is huge.
Coincidentally, at the same time Jim was outwardly speaking about his spiritual awakening and calling out the horrors of Hollywood, he was also in the middle of some pretty dark times, with shocking allegations against him that he could have prevented and allegedly caused the death of his then girlfriend, Katrina White. Carrey
took
had
her own
been
life.
periodically dating Irish-born makeup artist Katrina White since 2012. In 2013, White married Mark Burton, but continued occasionally seeing Carrey until her untimely death on September 28, 2015.
I
The
believe
Los
she took her
Angeles
own
County
life.
Coroner's Office later ruled White took her own life by overdosing on prescription drugs, including Ambien, propranolol, and Percocet. Katrina often posted on her Instagram subtle hints that she was constantly working on her mental health, posting motivational, spiritual quotes, or self-help messages. She was also a few months into her journey studying Scientology, which, as we learned in my Tom Cruise video, typically begins with someone paying for auditing sessions, which is their version of therapy. On September 19, 2016, Burton filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Carrey, claiming that he illegally obtained and supplied White with the powerful painkillers that killed her. The lawsuit alleged that Carrey had surveillance cameras on the home where White stayed. Before she was discovered, Carrey's assistant checked the camera and noticed White had not moved from the home for more than 24 hours. After learning of this fact, neither Carrey nor his assistant alerted authorities. The drugs found in White's body all came from 3 pill bottles found near her body bearing the name Arthur King. The suit said that Carrey got the drugs from a doctor who conspired with Carrey to illegally prescribe them to him under the false name of Arthur King. Burton's suit claimed that Carrey also sent a bogus text message to White on September 27th when she was already dead in an attempt to straighten out his story. According to the suit, Carrey's offer to pay for White's funeral in Ireland was merely an effort to paint him as a grieving good guy, as opposed to someone closely involved in her death. But Burton's suit also claimed that Carey never actually paid for any of the funeral expenses. In response to the lawsuit, Carey stated, "What a terrible shame. It would be easy for me to get in a back room with this man's lawyer and make this go away. But there are some moments in life when you have to stand up and defend your honor against the evil in this world." The following month, on October 11th, 2016, Katrina White's mother, Bridget Sweetman, stood in the back room with this.
"I will not tolerate this heartless attempt to exploit me or the woman I loved. Pat's troubles were born long before I met her, and sadly, her tragic end was beyond anyone's control. I really hope that someday soon people will stop trying to profit from this and let her rest in peace."
This man's lawyer and make this go away. But there are some moments in life when you have to stand up and defend your honor against the evil in this world. The following month, on October 11th, 2016, Katrina White's mother, Bridget Sweetman, sued Carey for wrongful death and sought damages for violation of the Drug Dealer Liability Act. In court documents obtained by Us Weekly, Sweetman accused Carey of giving her daughter prescription drugs as well as sexually transmitted diseases and being verbally abusive. Carey's abuse included, but was not limited to, Carey giving Miss White 3 STDs without warning her, lying to her about it, dumping her out of concern for saving his own carefully crafted public image, calling her a whore and shaming her, and then using his high-priced Hollywood lawyers and fixers to intimidate and threaten her in an effort to silence her. Attorneys representing White's family released a 2013 iPad note allegedly sent from White to Carey, which in part read, "This is what I want. You gave me HSV and HPV. I want you to apologize for it because you care enough to. I want you to understand that however little a thing seems to you, it ruins a girl's life. Before you, I might not have had very much, but I had respect. I was a happy person. I loved life. I was confident and I felt good in my own skin and was proud of most decisions I made. I met you, you introduced me to cocaine, prostitutes, mental abuse, and disease." However, what I found interesting was that there was another note that looks handwritten that was being spread around. Yet the article was quoting a different note. Like they were displaying this handwritten note as the evidence and saying that this was the iPad note, but then there was a separate iPad note that they were directly quoting, and the two notes are written very similarly, and they contain basically all the same subject matter, but they're not the same. So how could you write an article that says, "In the letter, she says blah, blah, blah," and then display the letter as your evidence where it does not say what you just said it says? Soon after Sweetman filed the lawsuit, the Daily Mail reported that a Mr. Jose Lopez, believed to be an alias used by Carey, filed an STD test. The test showed Lopez's birth date listed as January 17th, 1962. The same as Carey, and also showed positive results for both types of herpes, chlamydia, and hepatitis A.
Damn.
The results of Lopez's tests were submitted as evidence by Sweetman's lawyer, Michael Avenatti, who also issued a declaration. Carey then proceeded to have unprotected sex with Miss White with full knowledge that he was STD positive, including on February 12, 2013, 2 days before Valentine's Day and within weeks after learning the test results. It's interesting that in these lawsuits, they claim 2 different times that Carey used fake names, one to obtain drugs and one to obtain an STD test. But how do they know this? What evidence did they provide to prove this? These are some major accusations and not enough evidence.
Again, with major accusations comes major evidence, none of which was just shown. How do you know those were the fake names he used? And that's what's crazy.
Evidence to back it up. And
again, remember, Jim Carrey has been for the better part of a decade, actually more than a decade, more like, damn. I'd say close to 15 years or so. 16 years. I mean, this was made last year in October, but you're still looking at 14, 15 years. Because he started blowing the lid off that shit in 2010s area.
Because of that, the wrongful death lawsuit against Carey had been dismissed in February of 2018. There seemingly was a settlement outside of court. Without a trial, we won't really know what happened. But blaming someone else's death, especially in the way that it happened, on someone else is definitely a complicated situation. Typically, those types of deaths are not caused by just one thing, but rather a potential lifetime of issues that unfortunately we just don't seem to know how to solve. But by this point, Jim had experienced all of the glory and wrath Hollywood can offer. They love you, then criticize you, then put you in a box and determine who you are. They might even accuse you of committing horrible crimes. But the trade-off is that they give you millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And it was abundantly clear in 2017 that Jim was fed up with the Hollywood game. Notably in his New York Fashion Week red carpet interview, where he made a bunch of existential philosophical pronouncements.
No. I'm doing just fine. I just, there's no meaning to any of this. So I wanted to find the most meaningless thing that I could come to and join, and here I am.
They're celebrating.
You got to admit it's completely meaningless.
Well, they say they're celebrating icons inside.
Celebrating icons, boy, that is just the absolute lowest aiming, possibility that we could come up with. I don't believe in icons. I don't believe in personalities. I believe that peace lies beyond personality, beyond invention and disguise, beyond the red S that you wear on your chest that makes bullets bounce off. I believe that it's deeper than that. I believe we're a field of energy dancing for itself.
Jim, you got really dressed up for the occasion. You look good.
No, I didn't.
Was that an accident?
I didn't get dressed up.
Who did?
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream?
It's just things happening. And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together.
Okay.
Yes.
So what's happening in our world right now? Because there is a lot of news that actually is relevant that's not that
Here's
uplifting.
the thing. It's not our world.
None
That's
of this
the
is
key.
real?
Nope.
So you're just passing
We don't
through.
matter. We don't matter.
Oh, wow.
There's the good news.
While some headlines questioned his sanity, others felt like he was just experiencing an ego death, something that a lot of people in Hollywood could probably benefit from.
I think that we're all, we're all trying to add things to ourselves so that we can finally define ourselves, and then everybody will get us and they'll go, okay, this is what you are. And then if you actually get there, you will find it so empty that you'll realize that's really not what it's about. It's about not only, just going with the flow, but it's about not taking it personally. It's like the difference between a house and my house is a world of difference, and it's the my that's the problem. Don't get me wrong, Jim Carrey is a great character, and I was lucky to get the part. But I don't think of that as me anymore.
I don't exist. So they're all characters that I've played, including Jim Carrey, including Joel Barish, including any of those things. They're all characters. Jim Carrey was a less intentional character, right? Because I thought I was just building something that people would like, but it was a character, so it's, I played the guy that was free from concern so that people who watched me would be free from concern.
Carrey continued to express that his identity to the world is a character, not a real representation of who he actually is. As an actor, you play characters, and if you go deep enough into those characters, you realize your own character is pretty thin to begin with. You suddenly have this separation and go, who's Jim Carrey? Oh, he doesn't exist actually. There's just a relative manifestation of consciousness appearing, and someone gave him a name, a religion, a nationality, and he clustered those together into something that's supposed to be a personality, and it doesn't actually exist. None of that stuff, if you drill down, is real. Hollywood will not make you happy. A career or a dream job will not make you happy. But you shouldn't let that disappoint you. Instead, let it free you of the constraints and the pressures that you...
Jim Carrey is a testament to that same type of thing. It same goes with Michael Jackson and all of it. Is that at some point we have to take notice of who's driving. Is it us driving, or did we just give up the wheel to someone else and just kind of stayed in the same seat, but let them drive instead? And that's really where society has come. That's where society has come to, is the fact that we're just so willing to hand our keys, the steering wheel, the access to our accelerator, our brake pedal, our gear shifter. We're just handing it over to anybody. To anybody. We're not asking critical questions. We're not thinking critically. We're not stopping. And we're sure as hell not stopping to smell the roses. Matter of fact, we've gotten to the point where we don't even notice that the roses have been cut down. So even if we wanted to stop and smell the roses, we will not be able to. Because the place that the roses existed is now another highway. We allowed this all to happen, and we're allowing it to continue to happen by not standing our ground. And it's not going out and causing public, causing a disturbance in the public. It's not. It's kind of doing this. Sitting yourself down in front of a camera and saying, no longer will I, whoever you are, allow a world hell-bent on grinding me up into a meat paste for their own pleasure. If anybody is going to grind me up into a meat paste, it's going to be me and the work that I'm doing. It's not going to be a government. It's not going to be some pompous boss at some random company. If anybody is going to turn me to dust, it's going to be me and my work ethic. Because that's the only thing we should be allowing ourselves to be run through the ringer on. Is how much we really want to do what we're doing. That's why I won't ever submit. I won't ever back down. I won't ever just agree for the sake of peace. And I'll always say what needs said. We'll always say what needs said. If it hurts feelings, internalize it and figure out why it's hurting your feelings. If you agree with it, turn it around, internalize it, and find out why you agree. Figure out why you agree with it. If you don't know what to think, turn it around, internalize it, and figure out why you don't know what to think. Because I can't think for anybody. I can't speak for anybody. I can't do for anybody but me. Which is why I continue mission and keep chugging away. Because I'm the author of my story, and I'm the only one that can give it the ending that I want it to have. No one else can do that for me. I can allow other people to end my story because I'm doing it on their terms. But that would just be me giving up. And that's something that I can't do. I can't give up. Much as I want to a lot of times, I can't. It's just like, it's weird because the way Jim Carrey attacks things, like the way he attacked his work, that's the way I attack my work. I attack my work that way. With okay, well, I didn't get in there. There must be an open window somewhere. There's got to be. And if there's not, I mean, I know how to install doors and windows. I'll just make one myself. I'll make the door. and I'll open it and I'll walk through it. I'll close it behind me. And it'll stay there. I won't patch up the wall. That door will stay there because only the people who deserve to walk through that door will know how to find that door. And if I can give just one other person that belongs on the inside of that door access to that door, so be it. So be it. It'll never be locked. Because the wrong people won't find the door. The wrong people won't find the door. They'll always go to the places that are easily foreseen. Like they'll be the creatures of habit. They'll keep trying to go in the same way. Have you seen them in Call of Duty? The kids that are running around with their friends get picked. They're like, I think I can get them. And then they pop around the corner and get picked too. And then the other friend's like, I got it. And get picked too. Again, there are those of us that won't ever shut up, and nothing you'll do will ever shut us up. I might not be in the same standing as a lot of people, but you know what? I am. Because I don't need to know any of these people personally. I just need to know that they are doing the exact same thing as I wish the rest of the people would do. I wish everyone would shed their colors. Shed your colors. Well, I can't do that. That's my skin. That's what your response is? Then keep wearing them. Keep wearing your colors. Because you're not smart enough to know what colors you need to be shedding then. Because it's not about a race thing, a culture thing. It's literally about the ideology thing. The mind manipulation thing. Those are the colors. Those are your true colors. The things that are in your mind. The things that you allow your mind to be manipulated into, manipulated away from, told what to think. Those are your true colors. The stuff that goes on up inside your head that make you who you are. Those are your true colors. Not the political party you're affiliated with. Not the professional sports team you're a fan of. None of that. Your favorite this, your favorite that. Your dislikes of this, your dislikes of that. Those might be the little speckles of salt and pepper that you season your personality with, but that's not your personality. Your personality is those colors you like to don on yourself to fit in the places you think you need to fit in. It goes back to a saying that I've been saying for a long time. If you need to change yourself to fit into a space, then you probably shouldn't be in that space. I've probably got it from somewhere else, but I can't readily think of where. So I'm just going to boil it down to, I've been saying that for decades. You gotta break pieces off of yourself and manipulate yourself and mold yourself to fit into a space that you think you belong in. You're wrong and you don't belong. Saying you're bad. You're very much so misinformed and misguided. And if you're being guided the wrong way, then that's part of your problem. You're allowing yourself to be guided anywhere. For free, no less. For free. You all allow yourself, a lot of you allow yourselves to be guided around and led around and pushed around and whatever around by the worst kinds of people for free. As a matter of fact, you pay them to guide you around the wrong way. In a lot of cases. So yeah. One of those things. Stop. Makes sense. We know that one too. But yeah, one of those things. Stop letting yourself be guided around the place. Stop becoming. It's here.
Iran says it has summoned all of the European Union ambassadors in the country to protest the bloc's listing of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, as a terror group. President Trump says Iran is now seriously talking with the United States, even as he highlights the presence of powerful American naval forces in the region.
Again, I've already called this out. This is another one of those shows, is little faking gay dog and pony shows being put on by some of the most retarded people on earth. Because yes, all of these people are retarded. You think they all are legitimate in their standings and their statures and classes? Well, the Epstein files are proving that all wrong. Proving that nothing that we look up at, except for the sky and the moon and the stars, is anything other than fake and gay. Literally, the only real thing we can look up at and know is real is the stars in the sky, the moon, the clouds, and the sun. Maybe an airplane or two. Some type of air support. Some type of air support. But all this, I've called this. They're just going to sit here and do this thing back and forth with one another, wasting American tax dollars while they do it. While the IRGC is over there just boop, 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 protesters and anybody they see that's against their regime. Again, this all fake and gay. These people are just making us look like foes. Looking like foe up in here. Looking dumb. We look dumb. So funny. So funny. I didn't even really want to watch it. I just had a feeling that it was going to be a bunch of more idiotic bullshit. And I was right. Yeah, after they got their story straight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do want to see Coach Colin.
Whoop, whoop. There it is. Let's get into it. What is going on, guys? Coach Colin here. Happy Monday to everybody starting off the week. Now, I know you're expecting a live stream, but I'm way too sick to hang in there for 3 hours. So I got to go back to the regular
I do this for 7-8 hours
programming that
even on
thousands,
last
hundreds
days.
of thousands.
I mean, I do end up pulled away, but the amount of time I get pulled away to do other stuff is like moments. It's like blinks.
With to begin with.
Shit.
So
there's not many of even my 8-hour streams that I'm not doing something, talking, gaming, just doing something. So you have 331,000 people that watch your YouTube page. You should be putting up hours streams. If I got paid to do this, be honest, if I got paid to do this, I probably would never go offline. I probably would stay live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But unfortunately, I would like to do that. If I was to be paid to do this and was making enough money to where I can keep my my production value here and going here, aka being able to upgrade computers, getting the peripherals and stuff I need to get my other computer up and running. Like, if I had this as my job, everything gets turned back into here. And I wouldn't go offline. I would find something to talk about. And it's not hard. Like, the fucking internet is endless. So much you could talk about on the internet. And yeah, I know there's not a whole lot still swirling around with Charlie Kirk stuff. But if this is what you're looking for the most, the Charlie Kirk stuff, then you probably need to zoom out a little bit. But again, YouTube channels and videos on YouTube are seemingly cut from the same cloth as streaming. And the reason I say that is because with a live stream, you can take and break down into segments to put here on YouTube. You don't have to do the entire live stream upload to YouTube. I do, because I take clips out of that stream and put up just the tiny segments of the larger stream. So if somebody wanted to see the larger conversation from the clip, they can go for the clip, what they see in the clip, but they can also stay for everything else. I came for the clip, stayed for the conversation. It's kind of why I build clips off of my streams, but ultimately just dump my whole stream onto YouTube. And won't really see me go through and pick out like 1, 2, 3 hour segments that all align with the same thing, because why would I do that when I can just go drop a bunch of clips that are capturing different pieces of that? Because I don't ultimately want people just stay on the short form content. I want people to go to the long form. The long form content is so much more valuable than short form. Short form is easy to digest, and it's fun for a while. You're just waiting for the next something or other to pop up in your day. But short form content will get you wrapped up in the routine of only wanting things in split second intervals. So therefore you end up not having an attention span. Because even an older generation of people are becoming TikTok minded. Oh my God. That's more than 10 minutes? Oh, I can't watch that. That's way too long. As they're sitting on the toilet for the next 4 hours. But again, people want that insta dose of crack. And that's what short form content is. It's an instant dose of crack, instant dose of meth, instant dose of heroin, just in video form. And people really don't like this anymore. This is like, long form content is like drinking a weak beer. But you like the taste of beer, and you know eventually enough of it's gonna get you drunk. That's what long form content is. Kids are not like that no more. No. They like pounding the hard liquor to the face, getting drunk in 5 seconds flat. And the flat being them flat. Not 5 seconds done. No. 5 seconds and they're out. They want to be blacked out in 5 seconds.
Yeah, I'm just too.
And it's ruining the attention span of society. As we see, people can't go 2 minutes into a video without saying, "Oh my God, this is too much," and want to go somewhere else and do something else that they spend hours into, which is a lot less in production value than sitting and digesting a conversation that they ultimately would have input on. Because a lot of us make content that people would have input on it, whether you agree, disagree, or a combination of them.
I can turn it on for 30 minutes and keep all the fluids in, but 3 hours would be just too much. I am very, very sick right now, but we push on. We do not stop, and neither do the memes. Coach Colin, aka Mint Rain. I mean, thank you so much. I mean, did me justice on the waistline. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That never goes unnoticed. Thank you so much. You know, you do have me looking like a Batman character. You have me looking like I'm in Gotham right now. You know, I'm just saying. Riddle me this, Batman. Who has all the mints? What kind of villain are you? Oh, you don't know who has the mints, do you, Batman? Batman just knocks me out. I'm in one episode of Batman. Batman just backhands me one time. A bunch of mints just fall everywhere. And that's it. That's the episode. You know, but I do appreciate it. It looks amazing. I do have to bring that hat back. Some of you don't even know about the yellow hat. But Mint Rain, that is my stripper name if I ever decide to get into it. Now, now we have JP Spears. Now JP Spears makes a lot of different videos, guys. He makes a bunch of different videos. They're funny, you know. They'll get you giggling.
He's
you know
hilarious.
what I mean? And he made a video,
JP's fun.
and he was talking about Erica Kirk.
And the thing it is I've been watching. I watch JP mostly when his reels hit Facebook. Again, the only platform that I actually have a true algorithm on is Facebook. Yes, I'm old. I've been using Facebook since the invention of Facebook. I was one of the target audiences for original iterations of Facebook, aka Match.com, for college students. Because that's what the original iteration of Facebook was. It was a Match.com for college students. I was one of the ones in on the ground floor of it. I didn't really understand what its true purpose was at that time, which was why I was weirded out the fact that these girls they all just wanted to hang out all the time. I'm like, this is weird. I mean, I was an idiot in college, my first year of college. I'm still an idiot now, but like I was really dumb. So dumb, in fact, that like one day I'm sitting in my dorm room, I think I was playing some computer game. This girl comes in and just lays one on me and then pulls her top down. Like, she just leaves. Fucking leaves. I'm sitting there on my laptop like, I was confused. I was thoroughly confused. And I thought about it. He got dared. And I just went back to playing computer. I got made fun of. Like so hard. Because I guess that was like her invitation to come to her dorm. I didn't know any of that. To me, that's not what women do. Women don't do that stuff. So I trumped it up to she was dared. Because that's just the way it felt. It felt like it was just a dare. Like random, unprovoked. I've only talked to this girl like 2 or 3 times, but it was in essentially like a more of a group conversation setting where we were hanging out with all of our friends, our college friends. When I went to college, I ended up creating a second group of friends. It wasn't a massive group, but it was like 10 of us, 10, 15 of us. Everybody's people gravitated to me, my dorm room, the people that hung out with me in my dorm room. And it wasn't really just me. It was like I was just able to connect with some of the most intelligent and creative people of the whole school. It's just I had the ability without trying to connect. I have a natural ability to network. And that's what it was. That's how I learned how to, I'm going to say this only because it's easier than to break it down to what I actually can do. It's where I learned how to break dance. And yes, I know some breakdance moves. I can actually do the one-handed over the head kick, where you go down on your one hand, and you kick your feet up into the air, and you clap your ankles together. Sorry, bud. I practiced that constantly. Yeah. And that's one of the breakdance moves that I was practicing. To be able to do that kick, do the one-handed kick, because my roommate at the time, he was like phenomenal breakdancer. He was holding like a little workshop on teaching some of us how to breakdance. And he said the one-handed handstand kick is kind of like the entry to doing the in-place tumble flip, where you're just like, it's kind of the same movement, but instead of putting your hand down, you use psychology, your mind and psychology in your mind to perceive you putting your arm down, but you're just gonna tuck your body in and do the same motions. It's almost the same motions as doing the one-handed handstand kick. It was almost the same motions. And he said once you learn the handstand kick, you can start practicing and removing your hand and doing the tuck flip. Because it's just basically that. It's a flip, but you're tucking your body in and you're rolling. It's like a tuck barrel roll flip. But the entry into it is you're doing the one-handed kick, one-handed handstand kick. And the kick isn't out to the side. No, the kick is you're going up onto your one hand and your feet are going up into the air and you're clacking your ankles together. Like as if you're jumping up into the air and doing the heel click. You're doing that, but inverted. So it's otherwise an inverted heel click. That's the entry to the barrel roll flip. You see breakdancers and dancers doing it all the time. You see them doing it in tons of dance movies. Doing, bud. So cute. You see him doing that dance move in a lot of dance movies. Because it's an awesome looking little flip. Do you think they're about to go? Well, it's cool because you can mix it. You can mix the flip with the actual hand inverted heel click. You can mix them and interchange them together. And you can actually blend them to where you do the inverted heel click and you just kind of like use that already built momentum. Once the heel click happens, you can keep that momentum going and do the flip. And then you're just tucking your body in after the heel click, and you can blend those two moves together. And actually not really create a new move, but you can create a routine or part of a routine with just those two moves. And that's what I was learning in my first year of college. That's where I learned how to the entry forms to breakdancing.
You already know where this is going. He was talking about Erica. I don't even have the headphones on. I feel naked over here. Jesus. It's like I started my stripping career early. He did a video about Erica Kirk, and here's what ended up happening. It was fine. Everything was fine. It's a regular video. You know JP. He makes fun of both sides of things. He calls out hypocrisy and things of that nature. You know, pretty great content creator, and he's been at it for a long time. But this is what happened with this video. You see that right there? You see that right there?
That's why he got it. That's why he got hit hard. Because Candace retweeted it. Oh, it makes sense why he got flamed so hard. Because Candace retweeted it. I wonder why he got hit so heavy with it, because usually people are very receptive of his content. Not this time. Because Candace reposted it.
Candace retweeted the video. And once Candace retweeted the video,
once Candace shows up on it, everybody that hates Candace now hates you.
all hell broke loose for JP Sears.
Yeah.
All hell broke loose.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, obviously, when he does some of his political stuff, there's people who are, and I'm going to use this term because all of you that suckle these teats, you are all this. So using it against one side is pot and kettle. It's pot and kettle. You are all bootlicker. Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, you're all bootlicker. Because when I hear the word bootlicker, I think someone who's easily pacified to the point of being able to be told, get down and lick my boots. And from what I've seen, that's you all. You all are bootlickers. You all are so easily pacified by your side that they could tell you, get down and lick my boots. And you would. You can't say you don't. Look how you're all acting. Look how you're acting. So you can't tell me you're not a bootlicker. And that's not just for the Republican conservative side of the no, that's for you liberals too. That's for you liberals folk too. Both you liberals and you conservatives, you're both bootlickers. You are so easily told by anybody on your side to get down and lick my boots. And you do not fight it. You put on the lipstick and start licking. You can't say you don't. Look how you're all acting. So please don't call one side or the other bootlickers until you realize that you yourself is also a bootlicker. Because it's not a, you could say, well, that was created. No. You can't appropriate words in a language for your purpose and not look at the overall purpose. Because you call somebody a bootlicker, you're telling me that that person is so easily pacified that they could be told to get down and lick my boot, and they would. And you can't say just the conservatives are doing it because who activated all you liberals? You can't say ICE did. No, it's your favorite politician's opinion of the current administration is what activated you. And nothing to do with human rights and human beings, and there's no such thing as an illegal immigrant on stolen land while I live in a $14 million house. Billie Eilish, stop. You're a celebrity? Stop. You're rich. Stop. Where is Ricky Gervais when we need him? All of you celebrity and the worst bootlickers of them all are celebrities. Celebrities are some of the biggest propaganda bootlicking machines on earth. All of them. All of them. Maybe not the ones that we've seen buried for standing up against it. Maybe not them, but even them to still a certain point. So again, don't call anybody a bootlicker until you see what you're actually doing in this game. Because you're doing the same things, just with a different perspective about it.
And all of a sudden, the attacks started rolling in. Now, I'm going to show you the attacks first. And then we're going to play the video.
The video
so you can just see what people
hilarious.
are saying versus the video that he actually made. And it's a great video, by the way. And guess
I don't think I played the video on stream. I think I actually went and watched the video while it wasn't on stream. And I started stream afterward because I wanted to watch some of the... I wanted to watch Candace while she was live. I had to go back because I was doing stuff and I got home while she was already live. So I ended up having to start Candace over, and she ended before I got to the end of her live. But I watched the episode itself. Then I was watching one of the other content creators I watch. I'm spacing on his name right now. It's kind of like I said.
guess what? It makes
It's I'm gonna say that's probably why. Well, that's gonna be why I don't have my reaction to his video. It might be why I don't have it on my stream. It's because I watched it before I started back up. But if it is, we're about to watch it again because it's
fun of
hilarious.
people like
It's
I
I
don't
mean
know.
it's
I
real
don't know,
too.
Name somebody. Name a shill. Name a shill.
Ben Shapiro.
It makes fun of those type of people, you know, Philadelphia shills.
You hear his laugh, you hear his giggle, because he probably knew what everybody was gonna say. Yeah, everybody said the same name at the same time. I gotta hear that again because he straight giggled the moment I said Ben Shapiro. He's like, because like it's like he went into his mind. He knew what everybody was about to say, or he read chat and his chat was probably like Ben Shapiro, like a wall of Ben Shapiro, like the world's biggest shill.
Great video, by the way. And guess what? It makes fun of people like, I don't know, name somebody. Name a shill. Name a shill. It makes fun of those.
he knew he knew in his mind what shill everybody just named. We all named it in unison. Even the people that weren't even watching the video at the same time, we all said it at the same time. The people who watched this live, all of a sudden out of nowhere, like Ben Shapiro. Like, I don't know why I just said that. Like, oh wait, somebody's watching Coach Collins' video. Yep, there it is. Everybody at the same time. Ben Shapiro.
Those type of people, you know, Philadelphia shills. And then it also makes fun of guys like me, people like you. It's actually a great video. It exemplifies both sides of the topic. But listen to the attacks that roll in just because Candace ended up retweeting this whole thing. This dude here, straight up shill. I should have just named him when I was talking about shills. People like JP Sears. Imagine their divine test. We're going to a divine test based on a video that he made. Will arrive as a fiery demon demanding they renounce God. But temptation is never that obvious. The devil oft comes quietly as an inner voice, one that flatters, rationalizes, and promises clicks, fame, and money. Oh,
what did that have to do with the
JP,
video?
Look what you've done.
Like, what did that this goes back to what I said about always bringing the religious thing into everything, because the video, it has nothing to do with religion at all. It says nothing about religion, doesn't talk about the devil, doesn't talk about God, doesn't say anything about religion. But then what do you see? You have all these cultish religious people always come out of the woodwork. The devil's out here trying to speak bad words about my God. Oh man, we got to stop him. We got to make him go back to God. It's always the same thing. It's weird. Stop putting religion where it doesn't belong. All of you, just follow your religion. Stop inserting it everywhere. It doesn't belong everywhere. It's insane. It makes you all look weird. Everybody, just follow your religion. Just follow your religion. Stop making it like the forefront of everything. Like JP says nothing about religion in there. It has no references to religion. But yet, what happens? Religious, cultish nut jobs come out of the woodwork with some off-the-wall, left-field God stuff. It doesn't belong. This is what makes you people look insane. This stuff makes you look absolutely insane.
Your final test will be fiery, won't it? I mean, people, and regular Turning Point faith style, people are going straight to God. Like, let me just align my.
Sorry, bud. I didn't mean to scare you. You're good. Again, it's like when I say some of this stuff, and the reason it's become so funny instantaneously, like, what's so funny? What's so funny? It's because everything I just said is summed up in like 3 words. The true turning point faith fashion. They go right to God. He summarized my whole thing into that one statement. Everything is not about God. It doesn't need Jesus and religion in it. And it's not a stand-in for it either. Everything in the world isn't a placeholder for insert religious quote here. Insert religious scripture here. Everything in the world isn't about that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Everything gets turned into this religious thing. It's so dumb. It's why it's so funny to me.
My agenda with God.
Because people just can't think objectively. They can't think objectively. It's like they can't think at all. And then you go right back to scripture because it's the only thoughts they have. Oh.
Whenever people get like this, you know what I always say to them? You'll see me say it in the comments. If you follow me on X, you'll see me say it from time to time. I say, just say you hate Candace in all caps and move on. I always say that. Because that's
basically it. Like, why do you gotta bring God into it? Just say, I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. But then that goes against their whole religious thing. If they actually came out and said, I dislike you, like I'm flaming you because you got support from Candace and I hate Candace. Instead, if they were to say that, it goes against their whole religious facade. So they can't say they hate Candace in all caps, because then they're a hypocrite within their religious organization now. People like this, who like have this weird way of insert faith here, those are the people that don't actually believe in this stuff. They don't believe in the faith. They use it as a way. It's a tool for them. It's literally a tool for them. They can use it as justification to attack somebody. They can use it as a way to not put a valuable input in on a conversation or masking their answer. It's always used in some weird way that doesn't make any sense to the context that it's being used in. Because contrary to popular belief, not everything in the Bible is translatable back to real life. Not every scripture, every phrase in there can be translated back into real life. And the fact that people do it daily, minutely, secondly is ignorant, and it's just too much. You're doing way too much with always insert religion here, insert scripture here. Yeah, I think it fits, but it doesn't actually fit. You're just making these weird connection points from a random assortment of graphs you pulled up that they look like they're alike. You start making connections between them for no reason. It doesn't fit. It doesn't belong. It needs to go away.
At. So just write it in all caps, and that's it. Like, we don't have to go through this, but trying to
can't do that because, like I said,
where you're coming from, it's so silly.
It's hypocritical.
Then another person comes through. They're like, you really can't say enough bad things about the bottom feeder, bilge sucking, character assassination, J.P. Sears. Character assassin. Oh, sorry. He's an assassin. Okay? He's going against God and he's assassin. I mean, you can try, but you really can't. He decided it would be funny to roast Erica Kirk for a Zoom call she made. Nobody's laughing. I was laughing.
I was laughing my ass off.
I was laughing quite a bit.
I was dying.
This person.
I was losing it.
This vile, blood-sucking garbage you just vomited onto the timeline 6 days after. This is crazy. This right here makes me think, you know, anytime I would be charitable enough to think there's nobody who's getting any financial incentives. I would be charitable enough.
Well, for one,
but when I see something
this reads like ChatGPT. This is Jesus Christ. ChatGPT much? You know, you can tell it to summarize, right? You can tell it to. You don't need it to go to your max word count, right? Like, it doesn't have to maximize your word count every time. This is literally a bunch of ChatGPT gobbledygook. The views are deep. I gotta actually read this. 6 days after blah blah blah. No collapse. No script sob fest for cameras. Just raw strength, rallying the team, honoring his legacy, keeping the mission alive. And your response?
Who's getting any financial incentives? I would be charitable enough normally, but when I see something like this, first off, it's an essay.
And, oh, piss! Going too fast. He'll probably read it.
You're a nerd. Okay, that's first. Okay, nerd. Wrote so much for no reason. The person's like, 6 days after Charlie was killed in cold blood for this country, his widow still burying her husband, still raising orphaned kids. Don't know what orphaned means. Under a
that makes no sense at all. How are his children orphaned when they have a mother? You know what orphan means, right? Parentless. Ward of the state. That's what an orphan is. Orphans have no parents. These kids still have one parent. Well, maybe that's... Hear me out. Hear me out. Maybe she sold the kids. I don't know. I mean, maybe this lady knows a little much. Maybe she sold the kids to the state. Erica sold her kids to the state now that Charlie's gone. Like, good, I don't got to take care of them little sons of bitches no more. I was only doing it because of his ass. I killed his motherfucking ass, so I ain't got to worry about no more. Allegedly. Allegedly.
Global spotlight steps up. No collapse. No scripted sob fest for the cameras. Just raw.
No, just regular script. Just a regular old script, not a scripted sob fest. Just a regular script.
Strength, rallying the team, honoring his legacy, keeping his mission alive. And your response? A cheap, narcissistic one-man skit where you play every role, bug-eyed employees gawking at her posture. Absolutely amazing. It's so hard for me to be like, oh, that person's not getting paid. It's so hard.
Yeah.
They must be. Or they're just directly at, you know what I mean? They're just in a bot farm in Philadelphia, just like, it has to be something, because this is crazy. Now, there's more attacks. I'll show you one more. Let's go on to the video. This guy here, Bud Light moment. Imagine burning his credibility this fast. One video, that's all it took to lose the respect of your audience.
You're not the audience.
Oh my God. Like these guys, I love how
and you get all
6 months
these
ago,
simp
everybody
dudes
on the right was like, you should be able to say what you want, joke about what you want. What are we talking about here? First Amendment, this, that. And now all of a sudden, there's certain group of people, right? With some within Turning Point, some outside of Turning Point, some Philadelphia first, none America first, that have this idea that you shouldn't be able to all of a sudden joke about things. Is absolutely insane. There are certain things a man can do that are so vile that they no longer be worthy of being called a man. Did Fraser Crane write this? Who wrote?
Bet you $1 million this guy calls himself an alpha male too. he probably refers to himself as an alpha male. Oh, he's an MD. He's a doctor. Oh yeah, definitely an alpha male right there. Douchebags. People are so gay.
This. Let's get to the video, guys. I'll show you some more attacks afterwards. But just remember the
It's so
attacks you just
goofy.
heard, okay? And then remember, and then see what's in the video. And see if it's worthy of these type of attacks. I'm telling you, it's just because Candace retweeted it. Which really tells me that there is something very coordinated happening to Candace. Because the second she retweets something, I had the same thing. She retweeted something I said once, and the attacks were just crazy. And then the next few videos I made, there was attacks on the community posts. And I was like, what's going on right now? It was nuts. It was nuts. That happened like a month and a half ago. All right, let's check out this video.
I can't wait for the Zoom call with Erica. Yeah, I can't believe she's doing it just 6 days after Charlie, but she'll probably just be crying the whole time. Poor thing. Oh, she's on.
Oh, look at all the thumbs up. Look how cute that is. Sorry, it's just a little bit more informal than probably Charlie would be reacting. How sweet.
She's surprisingly upbeat. Laughing a lot.
Sorry, you guys. I just wanted to say first and foremost, my heart obviously is broken for you guys.
For us, what about her? Does she know Charlie was her husband?
Turning Point USA will continue like my husband always wanted, and it'll be bigger than ever. And we're going to honor him by doing that. We're going to stay humble.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's really focused on business.
We're going to work hard because that's what he would want. And we're going to just make it grow.
Just growing the business.
But he's here, and he's more alive than ever. And
He knows he's dead.
He's going to guide us.
He's actually dead, and she's guiding us. What's going on here?
And I told Justin, it's going to be something where everything
He's
before
actually dead
September
and she's
10th,
guiding it.
any email you were working on, any project you were working on, it's not that it's irrelevant now. It's just things have changed, obviously.
What? So projects Charlie had us working on don't matter? Like, dude, don't you think this is a little strange? No, she's just saying if Charlie had you working on a project, don't worry about that anymore, because she's going to lead us in a more Charlie-like way than Charlie ever could.
That's a great point. I didn't even pick up on that listening to that Zoom call. That is a great point he just made.
It's a change.
And I just want you to know that, again, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah. Well, she's definitely here now.
I feel so blessed. didn't honor her.
Hey man, do you think it's weird that she's leading us now? No, not at all. That's Charlie's wife. What are you talking about? She has no background in leading
cracks me up.
significant 9-figure organizations. Her background is seeking fame through reality TV shows and beauty pageants. I mean, she's not next in line most qualified to lead us. Yes, she is. Just imagine Patrick Mahomes tragically dies in a car accident. Who would be next in line to lead the Chiefs as starting quarterback? Second string quarterback. No, dummy. Patrick Mahomes' wife. It's the same thing.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, brilliant points throughout this whole thing.
Weird. You're just overthinking it. And by the way, show some respect. Okay? She's a grieving widow, but she's not really grieving. She's not doing any of that.
Everyone grieves differently, so if someone's acting weird, don't read into that.
There you go. You just heard her. Everyone grieves differently. Well, but nobody grieves like that. Just get over it, pussy. We got to get ready for the memorial service. It's going to be sick. I don't know, man. I'm just so sad.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things.
Hey, Erica, the emojis are killer. So how'd this memorial perform?
I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of the century, like it's just insane.
I know, complete insanity. Incredible. Now, what kind of numbers did we do?
We had over 275,000 people. Insane.
What is... Her husband got shot in the neck 11 days ago. Erica, now that it's been 11 days since your husband got shot in the neck, how do we do on merch?
We're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy.
It's been 11 days since your husband got shot in the neck. How did we do a merch?
It's all positives.
Huge thank you to the events team, the development team, the graphic design team, the production team. It's just phenomenal.
Erica, with all due respect, what about Charlie?
My husband's dead. Like, I'm not trying to be morbid, but he's dead.
Okay. Can we?
I got it. It's just, it's a great video, man. It's a great video. I mean, he knew what he was doing when he put this together. I mean, he has summed up how both sides of this certain topic of Erica Kirk and Turning Point and Candace and all of that stuff, he has summed up how both sides are looking at this. That's it. That's it. He's making our side of things, he's making them look a little ridiculous. The other side of things, he's making them look really ridiculous. I mean, that's all he's doing. That's what you do as a comedian, like he is. I don't think he goes on stage all that much, but he is a comedian in this space, and that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to make both sides think.
We bring it back to the numbers.
Since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests, 300,000 new donors.
I'm so happy to hear that all of that happened.
Otherwise, honestly, Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, you guys. We have so much to do, which is exciting.
Her children lost their father. Who do you think is with them right now? Erica, I'm wondering, because your children lost their father and you're not with them, could we get a read on hat sales?
I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill.
Congrats, Erica. That's phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
Charlie in heaven is like, you guys thought you had a busy schedule then, just you wait.
So you're saying that Charlie, with a heavenly perspective, wants us to work even more instead of spending more time with our families? Is that... Oh, dude, I hear she's single right now and available. Do you think it'd be cool if I mean, we're coworkers, but I don't know.
Oh man, that's Cabot Phillips. That's who that is. I had no idea who he was impersonating with this employee. That's Cabot Phillips right there. Mm-hmm. That's what that is. Now, once I hear that, I'm like, oh, it's confirmed. Now I know who that is. Oh man. But again, just making a video, painting out both sides, and just a reminder here. There are certain things a man can do that are so vile, they can no longer be worthy of being called a man, husband, or father. This is one of those things. The skin suit in this video, skin suit. I've called the people of Turning Point many things. I have never thought to call any of them skin suits.
I've used that word
never had that in
tons
my
of
mind
times.
before.
I've used that term
I don't know.
tons of
Maybe
times.
because none of them are as bad as JP here. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. I have never thought to call Tyler Boyer a skin suit. And you're going to see in this video, Tyler Boyer kind of flips out at this video too.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show you that in a second. There's only a few seconds left of this video. Let's check it out.
What do you think? Does anybody know what the is going on here? Erica, I've been looking at your beauty pageant bikini pictures, and those pictures were awesome. Where were you for those? It looked like somewhere tropical.
Charlie would want us to get back to work, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, Erica, more work from us to generate more money, because that's what matters in this situation, is what Charlie wants from heaven. Roger that. Great call. How do you feel about her? Dude, she's a tremendous leader and a grieving widow. I don't feel comfortable.
That's it. That's it. That was the video. That is what people are. I mean, so many people have activated the same. And again, the same way they activate against Candace, they are now activating against him. So it's just wild. I mean, this person, JP
Candace brought him into her space.
Is so disappointing to me. I even clicked on a couple of his videos, hoping the thumbnails and titles were clickbait. And the actual substance would be mocking those pretending Erica is weird. Literally, this person's like, I thought that if I went to his videos, that they would embrace my opinions and my thoughts.
Yeah.
But I was deceived. And they went against my opinions. I can't believe this. I'm shocked.
You should have had ChatGPT write that.
This person went, and this person's a huge, I mean, just all day activated. What was that? Yeah, one of those people. They put the cross there, but the cross stands for Philadelphia. 100%. But they actually went and checked it out. They made sure to go and put both of these videos in their history so they could screenshot it and show that it's in their history. You see what I'm saying? How deep they're going? That even happened to me today. Somebody screenshotted something I said about Charlie, and they did it quickly. And I was like, because, admittedly, I do not like that Charlie sat down with Gavin Newsom. He taught Gavin Newsom how to move the numbers with young people. He taught him how important Twitter is and getting at people on Twitter. And if Gavin becomes president one day, well, that's terrible.
Oh, we're fucking screwed.
It would be good for relations in terms of Canada.
One
and
of the
US.
things that is not in our best interest for our future is allowing Gavin Newsom or anyone like him back up into the running for anything. Again, this is why I say it all needs taken down, run through a washer, and hang dried. It needs air dried. And this country will survive without all those nasty ass people up top. And that's not just the politicians. That's all these CEOs and all these movers and shakers of weird business. All of them. All of them. There's about 1% of them. I'd say there's maybe a little bit more because it's definitely not the 90%. I would say it's probably the 10% or the 9% and the 1%. Because the 90% are the ones down here doing this, doing what JP's doing, doing what Shoe on Head's doing what Asmon's doing, doing what all these other people are doing that isn't evil, despicable shit.
Because then both sides will be like, hey, you want to make deals with China? Yeah, I want to make deals with China. Can we go together? Let's go together. That's what would happen. It'd be terrible. But more attacks, it's It's almost getting to the point where I can't even be disappointed anymore. Oh, another one of my favorites has the mind virus. It's just another Tuesday. Yeah, and my response to that was, it's Monday. So what are you talking about?
It's Tuesday now.
It's so ridiculous what's going on. Even trying to align, again, there's these people who claim that they're on the right and they're doing things. They're even trying to claim that the people they disagree with.
Well, the thing is they're they're using words that both sides use. So to me, they're just a writer.
That are on their side, you know, quote unquote, their side, have the mind virus. Just because he made a video, a joking video about Erica Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. That's all it was. You know, Tyler Boyer steps in. He's like, disgusting right away. And then this is what Sam Parker said back to him. Sam Parker just one of the many. If you're not on X, you probably have never heard of him. If you are, then you know he's been right along with all of us, the Barons, the Ians, Candace, everybody. He's been right along there. He says it's just JP's way of grappling with the tragedy. Don't judge him. Everyone grieves differently. Solid response. Then Tyler gets into it with somebody else. And this person, basically, I'm showing you at this point, because the person says basically that Turning Point, this is what they say, Turning Point is a Philadelphia and Philadelphian donor outfit. And that's all you guys are. That's what he says. And then Tyler jumps out. Hey, shut the F up. Like, just out of nowhere. Tyler's like that, though. If you watch him on Twitter, he's always getting into things. He's the first one from Turning Point to threaten to sue people. Mm-hmm. And that was like a month after Charlie passed. I mean, weeks into Charlie passing. He was already threatening to sue people. Then this person says back, they stand their ground. They say, you lost the information war. Truth prevails. Get right with Christ. You sure need it, you deceptive con. Then he says, are you insane? Absolutely incredible. And he says, no, but your entire organization serves as a gaslighting apparatus. So I would assume you would say that.
It's fucking based.
I mean, like I said, they stood their ground completely. I love it. And, you know, the whole thing is pretty ridiculous, in my opinion. To go at him like that. You saw the video.
It is.
I don't think it's disgusting. I've made breakdowns of this. Candace is the one that actually brought this to the public's attention. Many people have talked about it. I mean, Barron did a whole thing about it. I mean, it's really not that bad. You could say the video I did or Barron did is worse. I mean, this guy's just joking, and he's bringing up some great points. Great points, especially about that football player. If you don't know, Mahomes is a football player. So who would be better? You know, I made the joke already. Kobe's wife being like, I got the jersey on. What's going on? Huh? What's going on? Yeah, no. I know my husband passed. Pass me the ball. Pass me the ball. I got this. Just throwing up air balls, you know? Of course, that doesn't make any sense. So why does it make sense in Charlie's case? No one can really explain it. It's true. You can't really explain that at all. I don't know. And then there's another video that he made. You know, little shout out to JP. He made a video about being a conservative in 2026, and it really is like this. It's changed a lot. Just a few months ago, just 6-7 months ago, you could say whatever you wanted, and everybody was like, you know, civil discourse, and you know, it's one of the things that seems to have died away with Charlie.
I mean, look, I don't know what else you people want from me. I've got an American flag. It's really big, for crying out loud. Like, just stop with all the hateful comments. They used to like me. I'd say stuff and they'd just agree. I don't know what the is going on anymore. Hold on, I just need to check my tweet, make sure I got mad at the right people. This, comments, shit. Got it wrong again. Tell me what you think of this tweet. I'm all for ICE doing their job. This is what I voted for. No, that's too strong. No, what about, we need border security, but this isn't the right way to do it. No, I mean, that's too weak. Oh yeah, I think I got it. ICE was wrong. 3 shots to the face was too many. 1, maybe 2 would have been enough. No, I mean, I don't care either way. It's just, what's the position on this for us? It's hard making conservative content now. Everything you say, there's going to be a rageful mob attacking you.
What, the libs?
No, the conservatives. It's very stressful. Liberals have been leaving us alone, though. Hey, where do we stand on this take over Greenland thing? It's a wild claim. Candace says she doesn't know, but she knows. What do you think that means? I catch hell for every piece of content I make. Like, there's no winning positions you can take with these people, with my people, these whatever they are. Okay, I think this will be a safe.
That's exactly what Benny Johnson's going through for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I love Benny Johnson, but I think that's exactly what he's going through. He's just like, what can I say? I'm friends with the people at Turning Point. Oh, that's bad? I can't say anything bad about them. The files got released. The files are terrible. People are just yelling at you. How dare you talk about those files? They're hoaxes. Can't say who's involved in those files either. Can't bring up Prez Orange being in the files. Apparently could, I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough, but that's what I'm hearing. Elon, Bill Gates. Oh, Bill Gates has a vile story in those files. Oh my gosh. I'm just saying. It's we're gonna read top comments from the last video that came out on Sunday. But I mean, yeah, it's really funny how people came at JP for making that video. I think the video is just funny. He laid it out pretty well. He showed,
yeah, exactly.
Even if you don't think so, he showed.
I thought it was fucking hilarious. I lost it.
And the fact that it could sound a little odd, you know? And it's just the two sides combating. That's literally what the video is. The two sides of things just combating. I don't see a problem with it at all. Obviously, our side seems more sane. Obviously, our side seems a little more sane. I mean, I'm just calling it the way I see it. I gotta end it off with this before I get into the comments. Check this out. Another animation from Fleet. Thank you so much, Fleet. Me and Lance had no idea that you were a lady. And listen, lady, we know now. Thank you so much. Check this out, guys. You know, my other theory, Candace would have said a series of words and all of a sudden it would have like snapped Erica out of it. She'd be like, oh my God. Where are we? Oh, they killed my husband. You have to help me. Be like, Get Out, the movie. They killed him. We have to go. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh my God, it was Philadelphia. We have to go. The Egyptian planes, it's all real. You were right. The whole time. We have to go. Right now. Somebody comes in the room. Erica, you know, they just hit something. They go, ding, ding. She's like, oh. Hello, Candace. How long have you been here? How long have you been sitting here with me? Hello. Is Charlie here? You know, I have a theory. I mean, come on. And then look what you gave me hair. Look at you gave me sculpted bicep. You gave me the little thing in between my chest. I mean, come on. I mean, you even made my teeth not space. I mean, come on. I mean, that's what I see when I look in the mirror.
To decrease the kerning in his teeth.
Wow, just beautiful. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Just excellent stuff. And we're gonna talk more. I got ideas.
Just brought down the kerning a little bit.
Do something really special because we don't just have to clip out things from the episodes. I can just come up with straight up scenarios, and we could just do like a whole thing. You know, a whole thing. I have so many ideas. First person at the top says, we need a meme of Stacy bursting into flames upon entering the church. That's from Anna.
Oh, he's in comments. That's funny. That is hilarious. Anything worth here? Probably not. I said it. Yep, he said it. It does look weird. I used to play baseball, and in baseball, the lobe tug, that's a signal. It's not a scratch. That's a lobe tug. That is an absolute lobe tug. Wait, no.
Okay, today we're talking about signs, stealing signs from the third base coach. I made a video a few days ago, Cardinals and Red Sox, and I said the Red Sox have to have the steal sign of the Cardinals. I don't know if they had it or not. They could have.
This is completely.
Right,
it's obviously. It's going to seem unrelated, but it is. It is absolutely related.
They were talking about
You'll
the
see
Astros
how
and banging on trash
how
cans and
weird
all that
the
stuff.
signs
Listen,
look,
this is
and it's not
totally
that it
different.
just looks
Totally
weird. It's just
different putting
you
a
can
camera
tell
in
their
center field
signs, and when people
actually
do stuff
stealing
like that,
signs.
let's look at it again. When someone does something like that. If we have any
get prepared for their first game. This video will get into the weeds of beginner positioning and mechanics as a baseball umpire. First, if you're interested in more baseball umpire training, make sure to subscribe to our channel. So what exactly is the slot? Well, based on what we just said, it has to be with the inside edge of the strike zone. This will do a couple things. First, if you are consistent...
No. Hey-o.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing, man? It's Anelli here.
Oh, I needed. It's all I need. I needed the ear tug. You'll see it. It's the same thing.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How we doing, man? Antonelli here. Today we're talking about signs at the major league level. I get asked a lot.
That guy
Matt,
from
what
last
does this sign mean by the coach? Why base? Okay, to keep the base runner close. Does he want him to pitch out? A pitch out is when you just throw a ball up and outside so the catcher can get up nice and easy, get a clear lane to throw, and throw the runner out. Okay, so pick off, pitch out. Sometimes he'll tell the... Okay, so the first set of signs, you'll always start on defense, so your team's on defense. Most people think that the coach, the manager, is calling pitches, okay? Because you see the catcher kind of looking over at him. But in my experience, he's not calling pitches, okay? What he's doing is he is what I call controlling the running game, okay? So he is just helping the pitcher and the catcher slow down the base runners, hopefully make them not steal as much, shorten up their lead. And so these signs are usually telling the pitcher, does he want the pitcher to pick over to first base or maybe pick at second base, okay, to keep the base runner close? Does he want him to pitch out? A pitch out is when you just throw a ball up and outside to the chin and I go there, that means to my chin. Now that next sign, if I go here, it's bunt. If I go here, it's steal, okay? So again, here without the chin is nothing, okay? But once I go to the chin and I go there, that means we're stealing. Okay, so that's the indicator, and that can change. It can be the chin, it can be the ear, it can be this, it can be across the chest, it can be anything. Literally can be anything, and it can change up. You can go one game with it being the chin, and you go to the next game being the ear. Typically, you're not going to switch that quickly, but maybe it's the first few weeks you're the chin. You're playing the Yankees, right? And we're going to go chin, and then the next time around, like 3 weeks later, we're playing the Yankees again. Okay, maybe we don't want to go chin again because we already did that. Let's go double ear as the indicator, okay? And so you can change it up. And so it's really hard to...
Okay. You see the signs, even the I mean, the glasses, maybe not, because as he just said, unless he touches the chin, that's not an actual sign. For the sign to be pushed, starts with the ear tug, to look up, starts with the ear tug to begin with. A signal, what's being read. Removes the glasses. Now the sign. Everything else was just whatever until the lobe tug. Lobe tug. Those are hand signal. Absolutely, those are hand signal. And of course, everybody in the world can play it off and say, no, you're just reading too far. Nonverbal communication is a fantastic thing. It's a fantastic thing to learn. Nonverbal communication is a fantastic thing to learn. No. Nonverbal communication is a fantastic thing to learn. That's fantastic to learn. I can't believe that. My voice just did that on its own. I meant to say a fantastic thing to learn, but that's a hell of a bit of words to spit out at one time. A fantastic thing to learn. There's a lot of T's, and the F fucks it up. But yeah, that is definitely those are hand signals for sure. Hand signals. But where's the rest of the email, Elon? No, Elon. See? Bam. I'm not going to read it just for the simple fact that they probably have a ton of stuff flagged. Mm-hmm. And see, there's always people like this. And again, y'all are doing your given service for free. Musk ain't gonna give you $1 billion because you carried his purse for him. Musk ain't gonna acknowledge you because you carried his purse for him. I mean, again, you can deflect, you can do all that all you want, but I mean, yeah, I'm sure. Again, Elon Musk won't acknowledge you. Like, it's crazy. You can literally read it in black and white and know that he had a massive interest in going to his island. There's no way you all are rich and powerful and you don't know what goes on. You hear things. You all hear things in your little circles. And it's not like you hear things and just there's no way that could be true. No, you hear things from people that they're very credible. Very credible people in your circles you hear things from. And you still are like, you're just judging somebody without really knowing them. You not been invited to his parties? Is that why you're just so mad? Like, come on now. You guys got to really be smarter than this. You have to be a lot smarter than this. And even then, Elon Musk was just as rich as Epstein was. Just as powerful as Epstein was. Well, not really, because we see now that Epstein had his hands in everybody's pie. But Elon Musk has always been rich. Dude's never wanted for anything. Never, ever has he ever wanted for anything. So again, I don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. That's fake. That's not real. That's what I said. It's fake. Huh. Yep. That's gross, dude.
Months. Adrenochrome, that's not true. It's C9H9NO3. This is a chemical compound that is absolutely, this has been around in modern science since the 1930s. You can actually, there's a synthetic form and there's a regular, natural form, which is caused by torturing little kids to get their adrenaline up, essentially, and then extracting it from them. When you sit and meet, and so I brought this up a few years ago, and all of a sudden I was attacked by every media. Look it up.
Oh yeah, the adrenochrome thing has been that's an old conspiracy. That's an old one. When I jumped into this rabbit hole, jumped into any of the rabbit holes way back years ago. That was one of the first things that me and my friends ran into was the adrenochrome thing. It was that was back in early 2000s. Like, yeah, that was way back. 2010, 2011, around there. That was way back. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back. What's up, adorable little man? How are you doing over there? Healing? bedtime yet. I'll be done here in a minute though. I stupidly started clicking on other stuff. We'll be heading to bed here soon, bud. We're reading. But I burned headphones. Forgot to put them on my head. Not really. I just forgot I set them down. But yeah, the adrenochrome thing. This shit that's been around forever, around a long time. Damn. Yep. Yep. Yeah. It just deletes it out. Cute. Grok failed. I mean, that's twice. That's twice it said that. Why is that bolded? Why is that one not? Fake. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of them things. Just one of them things, man. it's all insane. Yeah, cool. Bunch of trash Indian products coming over for cheap now. India's whatever leader sucked off Trump, so now India gets to send their garbage over here. They get to do it for 18% less. 18% less cost to them. Which is, it's just another way of saying that the United States product market is going to be flooded with a bunch of Indian trash products.
Do. Kidnapping children is not what great nations do. We in America are misinformed. Reality shows have warped our idea of what a hero is, or what the truth is. Kidnapping children.
Oh yeah, that's that one we watched part of.
From the upcoming film True Crimes, please welcome two-time Golden Globe winner, Jim Carrey.
That's not. When is this from? Why is Grok being evasive?
I should tell you this, but I don't know who may be listening. There may be a group of people that want to get rid of me. They don't want me here anymore.
I don't understand. What do you mean? Talk to me.
Talk about it over the phone. I don't know what's going to happen. But I just feel in my soul, only God knows, they could shoot me. They could stab me. They could frame me and
Having a hard time. Having a really hard time. Get it from Barnes & Noble. Next time I get money, I'm gonna go to Barnes & Noble and buy that bit. No, I mean, it's still... Okay, so it's in the audiobook. Yeah, I'll probably, like I said, I'll probably get the digital copy, because I mean, I can read. I don't necessarily need to hear the transcripts. I mean, it's for somebody who was very, very inspired by Michael Jackson. Hearing his voice is a breath of fresh air. But I don't need to hear his voice. I can listen to his music and hear his voice. I still want to read. I want to have the book for anyway. I want the book anyway. But I also want to read it to get a better understanding of Michael Jackson, and to be able to see, just get that little bit of a looking glass into his life. It wasn't just the music I heard, videos I saw, stage performances that I saw on TV. It'd be more than just that. Because again, Michael Jackson was very iconic to me. I didn't put him on a pedestal as some icon or some hero. Though when I was a kid, I probably would have used those words, or at least called him a hero. But he was a very influential part of my childhood, same as this guy was. And the ironic thing to me, or not really ironic, it's just weird, is the fact that I always seem to be drawn to these kinds of people. People who are marred by the evil they had no idea that they were walking into. Mired. There we go. Mired by the people that they were, by the industry they were walking into. It's be honest, I don't know if that's I would like to see it. I would definitely like I'm definitely going to get the book and read the book when I can. But on that note, keep your eyes open. And the celebrities that always have something to say, but never the right thing to say. You're going to tear pages out of a book. Make sure it's one of these two guys' book. Pages y'all been ripping out and using, they're not the right book. If you're going to rip out some pages to a book, use them for your own. Two, right there. Jim Carrey and Michael Jackson. Take a page out of one of those guys' books. Because the pages of the books you're taking out of right now, they're leading you somewhere that you won't be able to get out of. Won't be able to get away. Trying to wake you up for your own good. Because we're not going to wake you up. We're doing what we can for you to wake up yourself. Wake yourself up. We're just giving you the alarm clock. Setting the alarm for you. All you got to do, just listen for it. Listen for the alarm to go off. And it's been going off for a long time. Stop snoozing it. Stop snoozing it and get up. We need you here. We don't exist in your dreamland. If dreamland was where everything got done, I would spend 0 millisecond in reality. I would live in my subconscious if that was where things actually got done. But nothing gets done there. maybe thoughts. Maybe you're able to think of something. But things will not happen as they should be from your dream world. Gotta come back to reality. If the gamers are leaving the world that they prefer to be in this world to wake you up or do what they can so you can wake yourself up, then it's time to wake up. We would much rather stay in that world. But we can't. Because nothing's getting done in this world. And as much as we like to say, there's no way that I'm I'm the ticket to getting things done. Maybe not us as an individual, but us as the collective of the gamer world. Yeah. Yeah. You think the gamer world isn't forced to be reckoned with? Ask the guys that tried to short GameStop. And that was just a small piece of people. And it's actually a small piece of people that could afford to do that. Imagine if standing up and pushing back was actually free. Because it is, but it isn't. It is free because you have free will, but it's not free because you'll be buried in litigation. Because the alarm is going off. The alarm has been going off. It's time to wake up. No more snooze button. And like I said, that's where I'm going to end. I'll try to come back a little bit earlier tomorrow. I just got long days. Very little. No funds. Just trying to do the things I've been doing with spending as little resources as possible. My school money's coming, but there's still a gap of time before that comes. Still waiting on my Kia check. But like I said, things are still rough. Hopefully my internet don't get turned off before I can get money to pay my bill. Hopefully my phone don't get turned off before I can get money to pay my bill. Hopefully my apartment complex isn't super butthurt and salty. Hopefully electric don't get turned off. I just hope I can I'll survive I'll survive, but I'm hoping this can survive until I can get my money. Because I'm really not worried about me. He's who I worry. I worry about him more than anything. Which is why I say he's cursed with me. But he is, if I was bad. I'm just stupid. There's a difference. May have found, he may have received just as much love as I give him. but it's not the love I give them. And that's how I look at it. Like I have love to spread. Don't get many chances to spread it. I spread as much love to my family as I can, as much love to my friends as I can. But at the end of the day, I don't have much in my own home to spread love to. You know what's I was just thinking about? Weird. Super weird. Tends to answer his phone. Like it reactivates him back into Jim Carrey.
Just have to clip out things from the episodes. I can just come up with guys. You know, my other theory, Candace would have said a series of words and all of a sudden it would have like snapped Erica out of it. She would have like, oh my God. Ding, ding. She's like, oh.
That's weird. That's super weird. The control button.
It's all real. You were right. You were right the whole time. We have to go. We have to go right now. Somebody comes in the room. Erica? You know, they just hit something. They go, ding. Ding. She's like, oh.
My iPhone 6 Plus. Ha 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 ha.
It's Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia.
Is that a gang sign?
It's all
Oh, like
You're
you
right.
don't know
You're right
what
the
it
whole
is.
time. We have to go.
You don't know
We have
what
to
that
go
is.
right
I
now.
have no idea.
You don't know.
Somebody
Jimmy
comes in
Fallon
the room.
doesn't know.
Erica?
David Letterman doesn't
You know,
know.
they
You
just
don't
hit
know. All the
something.
comics
They
and
go,
show
ding,
business
ding.
don't
She's
know
like,
what this is. It is the secret symbol of the
Candace.
Illuminati,
How long
the
have you been
all-mocking
here?
tongue. For
How long
years
have you
now,
been sitting
talk
here
show
with
hosts,
me?
people on television, people in
Hello.
sitcoms have
Is
been
Charlie
hired
here?
by the government to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile, so you don't know what's really going on. Look at him trying to, look at him trying to come it out. It's hilarious, hilarious. You know what they're trying to do? Who? They're trying to turn us into, you know, consumer drones of some sort. I just got to get this.
And yeah.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was temporarily interrupted by my iPhone 6 Plus. Ha 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 ha.
That's really weird. This came out in 2017. This is today.
Oh. You know, they just, it's all real. You were right. You were right the whole time. We have to go. We have to go right now.
Look.
Somebody comes in the room. Erica? You know, they just hit something. They go, ding.
The symbolism. The symbolism.
Thank you so much. Check this out, guys. You know, my other theory, Candace would have said a series of words.
Jim Carrey. She's Jim Carrey in this scenario. She's Jim Carrey in this scenario.
and all of a sudden it would have like snapped Erica out of it. She'd be like, "Oh my god, where are we? Where are we? Oh, they killed my husband. They killed my."
Is that a gang sign?
Oh, like you don't know what it is. You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
Candace says some words and snaps her out of it. Says some words to snap her out of it.
Oh, like you don't know what it is.
My husband, you have to help me. Be like, Get Out, the movie. They killed him. We have to go. Oh, they're everywhere. Oh my God, it was Philadelphia. It was Philadelphia. We have to go. We have to go.
You don't know what that is.
I have no idea.
You don't know. Jimmy Fallon doesn't know. David Letterman doesn't know.
We don't know.
All the comics and show business
And chills,
don't know
dude.
what this
I got
is.
chills.
It is the secret symbol of the Illuminati, the all-mocking tongue. For years now, talk show hosts, people on television, people in sitcoms have been hired by the government to distract you, to make you laugh and stuff like that, make you happy and docile, so you don't know what's really going on. Look at him trying to cover it up. It's hilarious. Hilarious. You know what they're trying to do? Who? They're trying to turn us into, you know, consumer drones of some sort. I just got to get this.
Yeah.
Go. The Egyptian planes. It's all real. It's all real. You were right. You were right the whole time. We have to go. We have to go right now. Somebody comes in the room. Erica? You know, they just hit something. They go,
Oh, I was interrupted by my iPhone 6.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was temporarily interrupted by my iPhone 6 Plus. Ha 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 ha.
You know how you can tell it's a laugh track? I've heard it. I just heard it. Remember, I have phenomenal hearing. I heard it. Oh my goodness, I heard it. You can hear the laugh track. And it's not like an audio clipping or anything. Listen to the first person you hear laugh. And that's the key. That's the key to knowing if it's a laugh track. Oh, buddy. It is a goddamn laugh track. Holy shit. And I heard it. And it took watching it consecutively and listening to it consecutively to hear the laugh track. I can hear the laugh track.
Drones of some sort. I just got to get this.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was
Listen to the first person you hear laugh. You can hear it. The first laugh you hear is the key, is the indicator in this.
interrupted by my iPhone 6 Plus.
It's not the loud voices, it's the little background one. It's the little background laugh. Followed by the claps. The background laugh, big laugh, claps. Shit, I missed it. It was shorter that time, but it's still there. It's the low laugh, and it followed by the big laugh, and then the claps. It's a copy pasta job. It's literally a copy pasta job. Because it's not that it's shorter, that its small laugh is shorter, it's that it's cut off. You can see the jump in the frames. It's cut off. They cut it off. See, the low laugh is coming in as he's already laughing. It was happening as the clip jumped. As the clip jumped, his fake laugh had already been going, and the low laugh was like instantly following his like his first small laugh build into the big laugh. That's how I can tell it's the laugh track. It is a straight up copy pasta job, a straight up audio copy pasta job. And you can hear it by the low laugh, the big build, the clap. And it does it every time you hear laughs. Low laugh, big laugh, clap. Low laugh, big laugh, clap. And it happens the entire time. But again, that's the iPhone 6 Plus. Ha 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 ha.
Ding ding. She's hello, Candace. How long?
And yeah, I'm sorry, Jimmy. I was temporarily interrupted by my iPhone 6 Plus.
Man. Eerie. And that's all I got to say for tonight. Peace out, Girl Scout.